Oh yeah. All right. Let's fade that music to background. Welcome everybody. I thought, given how wild things have been in the last week, especially a couple weeks with scandals in Rome. And yeah, I'm getting tired of talking about the papacy and Roman Catholicism, but it seems like it's hard to move on to other subjects when we get these pretty insane levels of the next day. It's almost the daily scandal. It's not like every week. It's like, what did Francis, what did Leo, what did whoever do today? So I thought it'd be a perfect time to go back into some of the literature and some of the evidence and some of the proofs that we've shown for many years. But some of those streams are 4, 5, 6 years old, pertaining to the means by which the actual intrigue, the historical evidence and proof and documentation from multiple Roman Catholic scholars and historians, not Orthodox conspiracy theorists, but Roman Catholic historians. All right, this song's getting on my nerves. I'm all for some of this 60s spy chic. But that horn is a little much, dude. Cryptic shadows, that's what I'm talking about. The question is then, how did this occur? When did it occur? What led to where we are? Yeah, I agree. I actually reached out to the Tucker producers and I was like, look, I'm sure the dude you had on talking about Kabbalah or whatever is a nice guy. I was like, but dog, I can bring the heat. I can bring the sauce. I'm your man, dog. I'm the man. Anyway, I am pretty tired. I'm stacked up on coffee. As you guys know, the greatest ascetic endeavor for me is to wake up for church, because I don't like to wake up. I have not, nor have I ever been a morning person, nor shall I ever be a morning person. And morning people can go to heck, as far as I'm concerned. I'm just kidding. You could go to heck. Gosh. What about Joe Rogan? Yeah, I mean, just keep saying. The way to get me on these podcasts is for you guys to make a stink. It ended up working for Crowder, so I don't know if I'm talking to Crowder or just to Gerald. I mean, I'm fine either way. But, yeah, I went to the church that I don't go to that you never see me at, so. It seems like as you get older, waking up early is not easier. I mean, it sucked when I was working a 9 to 5, you know, still had to get up early, but I don't know, it seemed like it was easier. Because like when you're 19, you can drink all night, you know, go to sleep at 3 in the morning and wake up at 7 for work. So, but when you're 30, like me, and no longer 20, I heard that Tucker interview, fell flat, needed some pop. I got that pop music Illuminati stuff that I could bring out. Some of that classic Illuminate Confirm. I feel like people are just now ripe for all this information. Anyway, we're going to talk about a little bit of history, and then we're going to get into some of the intrigue and espionage from all this big stack of scholarly books that I have next to me that prove the surprisingly contentious idea that the state wants to utilize and subvert and control the church. What? Never heard of this, but even though it's happened many, many times in church history, if you mention this, why, what an insane conspiracy theory. You're an insane person to think that the State Department or the CIA or any of these intelligence agencies will want anything to do with influencing the OCA or the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese or Rome. Why would you even? This is just crazy. And yet, here we are in the era of infinity information at our fingertips. And all of this is now beyond the pale of, it's beyond, it's like, it's not just proven, it's like, shouldn't even be controversial anymore. However, this very idea itself would actually cause many people in the church, many prelates, to treat you as an evil ortho bro, even though there's declassified documents. The Doctrinal Warfare Program, declassified, I think, in 2013. Admitting this very fact, even though all the Orthodox people know about the Soviets installing NKVD bishops. Even though we know all this, that's crazy. That doesn't exist. What? Now, it's not just intelligence operatives using missionary work or being a minister as cover. We have to go a little bit higher up on the food chain and look at think tanks and foundations and NGOs that have a huge influence in the religious world. So we're going to be looking at some of that material. We will also, though, be looking at the espionage side of things. And that would be, things like even the Mossad's relationship to the Vatican. Did you know there is a relationship there? It's covered in Gordon Thomas's book, Gideon Spies. Or the longtime CIA relationship with the Vatican, especially going back to William Colby in the Cold War. And prior to that, James Jesus Angleton being at the Rome desk of the CIA prior to Colby. So we're going to get into a lot of that again to kind of refresh you guys. And all of these will be sourced in mainline scholarly and academic texts. As I look over here, I don't see any of these. None of these texts are conspiracy texts. So it will all be sourced. I will, for the 7th or 8th year now, remind you which books to get, especially the Wim Hof book, which I've been telling everybody to get for 7 or 8 years. I have to think, though, and let's take another example, that no one's actually reading any of these books. I feel like no one is actually reading these books. And so I say these things after 20 years of reading these books, and people laugh and they giggle and they don't, but they've never read any of these books. They haven't read 1/4 of the books that I've read on these subjects, but they know that I'm wrong. And it's much easier to just say, ha ha ha, evil ortho bro. So let's start by pointing out, yeah, exactly. That's why I do your homework for you guys. Thanks again to our friend in the audience who sent us this very rare, very expensive. I don't think it's actually worth over $2,000, but it goes on Amazon for $2,000. The hardback Changing Images of Man. Look at that. Goes for $2,000 plus. It's tempting to sell it and get Bitcoin, but of course it's not. No one is going to pay $2,000 for this, because here's a funny thing. I opened it up, and in the entire existence of this book, from 1982 until now, when this university library, I guess, discarded. And if you don't know, in libraries, when a book gets old, they'll just stamp it with discarded and then throw it out. They don't even realize that this goes for $2,000. Although no one will ever buy a $2,000 Changing Images of Man book. From 1982 until now, how many times do you think someone checked out this very crucial key global elite text? I want you guys to guess how many people. Now, this is, of course, a Stanford Research Institute global elitist text that was actually a textbook for, it looks like grad school. So this was an international relations, systems science, and systems analysis textbook. It says at the beginning it was a textbook. So I'm assuming it means for high-level international relations and or perhaps sociology. Most of you say 3 or 2. You are correct. It is 2. In the decades of existence, 2 people checked out Changing Images of Man in that entire time. 2 people. Now, before I owned my own copy of Tragedy and Hope, my university library had a copy of Tragedy and Hope. I checked it out. Guess how many people before me had checked out Tragedy and Hope? 2. So, even in the university sphere, no one is checking out these books. 17. It wasn't 17. That was like 3, counting me. And by the way, I am about 40 pages in, and it's going to be a good one. This music is a little much, man. It is not exactly what I expected, because I read a little bit of this 10 years ago, with the PDF when I first heard about it online. And I was like, this looks like it will be interesting. But now that I'm about 40 pages in, it is not what I expected it to be. It's a little more focused on perennialism and mystical philosophy than I expected. Now, it may go off in other directions, but that isn't what I really expected this to be about in the first 40 or 50 pages. I mean, it mentions actual members of perennial philosophy. It mentions, Aldous Huxley's perennial philosophy. It mentions Aquarian conspiracy. It mentions the holons idea from Friedhof Capra and from Ghost in the Machine, all of which are key global elite texts that we have covered over the years. So it's going to be a very fascinating analysis, and it will be another one of these great example texts that show the future is planned and the future is steered. And it's planned and steered in regard to what this book is talking about through high-level academia. The majority of this book is focusing on indoctrinating the intelligentsia class, the people that are getting their PhDs in, systems analysis, international relations, social sciences. It's from a high-tier academic press, Pergamon Press. We have people like Willis Harman, Joseph Campbell are key figures in this, as well as Willis Harman I want to say Carl Jung comes up as well at some point. Ernest Laszlo is also important here. So what we get when we look at books like this, you say, I don't care about this. Why should I care what some old textbook has in it? Why do you do this? This is the textbook that indoctrinated the high-level elite boomers that rule today. So you understand that boomers that were getting their PhD back in the early 80s are really the ones running things now, even though they're beginning to get older and sort of retire and whatnot. This is the kind of textbook that they would be reading, right? People studying at the Kissinger chair or something like that to have the next place after Kissinger in the establishment. And there actually is such a thing as a Kissinger chair. I think it's at University of Chicago or somewhere. But so, this is up there with Between Two Ages by Brzezinski. It's that kind of a book. Patriarch Mark says that Pergamon Press was actually a Robert Maxwell. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. So what Macmillan Publishers or whatever it was that was owned by, it says Maxwell House. So you're right. It says Pergamon Press, Maxwell House, New York. Exactly right. And I think what's interesting is the very first quote of the book is from Uthant, who was the Secretary General of the United Nations. And he says at the very beginning that the entire purpose of this book, or excuse me, the entire purpose of the United Nations and everything we're all about is global government and depopulation. That's it. It says we have these goals: global partnership, global disarmament. And disarmament doesn't just mean nukes in the government. It means you also not having self-defense. It means Fabian socialism and mass depopulation in whatever ways and whatever forms. That's what it means. And remember, population control is not just sterilization and babies. That's part of it. Population control also means literal control of the population. Hence why, already within the first 40 pages of this book, there are multiple mentions of the coming socialist technocracy, electrodes, implants, microchips, and techniques and strategies for depopulation. So, all at the very beginning. And the other thing that I didn't expect early on was that they actually highlight how important religion will be, particularly what they're talking about in 1982 seems to be something akin to New Age and Far Eastern religious concepts. So the continuation of the 60s counterculture New Age movement further being funded and foisted into the public sphere to train people into things like being dinks, being neotness, being arrested development, etc. It actually says this, in order that the population growth be curbed. They also cite Jonah Salk, Survival of the Wisest, which I've lectured through that entire book as well. So all of the global elite texts, I noticed, wow, we've got already like 10 of them cited in the very first 40 pages of Changing Images of Man. So it's going to be a great one. It's going to be a classic, I think, in the Global Elite series. And so glad to have a hard copy version of it to actually finally get into. All right. But that's not what we're talking about today. I just want to give you guys an update with the first 40 pages of Changing Images of Man, one of the classic Global Elite texts that we just didn't get to until in Divine Providence I was given a hard copy. So again, thank you to the guy who sent that. Shout out to that dude. All right, so we're going to get back into some of the classics about the Vatican and the geopolitical side of things that we've covered many, many times. But as we said, it's been many years. I want to remind you that the course that the Vatican took, you can't isolate this to the 20th century or to the liberalism of the time of Gregory the 16th and Marari Vos or any of these papal texts. The liberalism from the Orthodox perspective actually goes back to the papacy being the original Protestantism. And the reason that we say the papacy is original Protestantism is because the church abandoned the earlier synodal collegial structure that Rome now admits was the structure of the church of the first 1,000 years. If you read the Chieti document, as you've heard us point out many times, which is a Vatican-approved document on the Eastern model of the church, it admits that the Bishop of Rome did not have unilateral universal jurisdiction in the first millennium. That's a massive admission that Orthodox have complained about and critiqued for a millennium. So what happened, though, when Rome went in this direction? Well, it sort of necessarily fell into a kind of geopolitical world power structure. And it's not just the greed of the popes or something like that led to that. That's part of it. But we also have to understand that there were historical factors, the fall of Rome to the barbarians in 400, 410, the rise of the prominence of the Bishop of Rome to also be a kind of a cultural hegemony at the time, the rise of the Papal States, the rise of these things, which contributed to the ever-growing worldly geopolitical prestige of the Bishop of Rome. Now, from the Orthodox perspective, we didn't suddenly decide to just break communion in 1054 or whenever, just willy-nilly. From our vantage point, the papacy, after many, many centuries, and I'll use the Gavin Ortland term, began to have accretions when it came to their own view of themselves. So what was originally, from our perspective, you see this in the canons of Nicaea, for example, Canon 6, a first among equals relationship, or in the canons of Sardica, for example, a first among equals with an appellate structure where you could ask for a retrial. None of which is the Vatican I model of a unilateral autocratic Rome has spoken case is closed, right? So maybe I need to remind you all again of this, because this always gets forgotten. And Roman Catholics just do not read their documents. They just assume what Roman Catholic dogmatic theology is from whatever gibbering, yapping pop apologists they hear on the internet, and they repeat it like a bunch of mina birds and chirping goobers, when in fact it says very clearly in their own documents that appeals in the appellate structure, this is the canons of Sardica that they like to appeal to, was not a unilateral Bishop of Rome decides what's right. In fact, the appellate structure allowed for the Bishop of Rome to, if he deemed it appropriate, order a retrial to be conducted in Rome. No, in that bishop's province. So you see, this is nothing like the claims of the Vatican I apologists. And that's why you'll see me referring to the documents that the Roman Catholics never refer to. They don't go to their documents. They give you this spill, this bad car salesman pitch, but they don't go to their documents. You'll notice there that it's not just Rome that had an appellate structure. You could actually appeal to other sees as well that were important, such as Constantinople. See that right there? Appeals regarding disciplinary matters were also made to Constantinople and to other sees. So it wasn't even a unilateral only to Rome thing. They were always treated in a what? Synodal way, not unilateral autocratic way. And what's the last line? The Bishop of Rome did not exercise canonical authority over the churches of the East in the first millennium. That is contrary to all of Vatican I's claims. So, from our perspective, what happens is that Rome doesn't overnight go bad. It wasn't there from the beginning. Over many centuries, the Roman See's view of itself grew into a position that was eventually untenable by the East. That's our position. Now, another really well done introductory book on this is Two Paths by Michael Welton. But if you go to the chapter that most concerns us today, and this is chapter 5, you'll note that Michael Welton's chapter 5 is about the Gregorian Revolution. And the deeper that you go into the Gregorian Revolution in this period, I've read several books just on this period. So this is not me just picking this. I'm telling you that this is an Orthodox book that is summarizing what you will find in the academic literature. And even Roman Catholic academic literature from Dvornik or Congar basically admits most of these points now. In the 11th century, in what's called the Gregorian Reform, or the, if you're Orthodox, the Gregorian Revolution, the papacy took on openly massive, explicit geopolitical world power. Now keep in mind, in the canons of Chalcedon, it is forbidden for clerics to also have a role in the civil state. And I have to talk very slow because every time I talk to Roman Catholics about this, and they cannot understand this. When I talk about unum sanctum, they get lost. They don't understand what it is I'm saying. So I'm going to be very clear, hopefully. This is where it becomes a geopolitical secular power. So let's take the two powers model, church and state. The state pertains to the things of the body, to this life, to justice, to the death penalty, to war, etc. The church deals with things of the spirit, the soul, the inner man, right? So there's a body-soul relationship that's often used of the two powers idea, the temporal earthly power and the spiritual heavenly power. Due to the, the papal forgeries in part and the claims of the Gregorian papacy, the argument began to be made that, especially in Dictatus Papae, as you know, because the Pope is the head of the church, that makes him also the head of the temporal bodily world as well. So he's the head of both church and state, and thus you must confess this doctrine of the Pope being also a world leader, a geopolitical world power, to be saved. That is unum sanctum. And the last paragraph of unum sanctum is about this issue. Not only must you confess the Pope as the head of the spiritual power, you must also confess the Pope as the head of all kings and emperors and a world emperor power to be saved. And if you don't, you are not in communion with the Roman Pontiff and you cannot be saved. Clear as day. Now, Unum Sanctum is written by Boniface VIII in 1302. So this is actually a few centuries after Dictatus Papae, which says essentially the same thing in... what year is Dictatus Papae? Let's see. This is really annoying because this used to always come up first, and now it doesn't come up when I want it to. It's just really annoying. Anyway, this is it, 1090, okay? So between 1090, when this is first stated as far as we know in the papal registry, and then explicitly formulated and mandated by 1302, it's made abundantly clear that this is necessary for salvation. And remember, as we've shown in the debates and in the recent videos, this is repeated all the way up into the Syllabus of Errors and the Vatican I Pius IX documents. They repeat that you also still have to believe in the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop to be saved. It cannot go away. It's not a flexible doctrine. Now, post-Vatican II, this has all been explicitly discarded. In fact, the papacy has worked to de-Catholicize Christian states. And everybody knows about this. Even Benedict participated in this. So you essentially have the rejection of the medieval doctrine, the medieval Latin papal doctrine of the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop. But what also happens during this period of the Gregorian reforms that most people are not aware of unless you've read this history is that you have 164 years of Germanic control of the papacy, including 21 of 25 popes during this century, or 2 centuries almost, appointed by the German crown. Did you hear that? So it's preposterous and dishonest when Roman Catholics treat Orthodox as subservient to the state. We're Caesaropapists, we're Erastians. No. You had almost 2 centuries where literally German kings appointed 21 of the 25 popes. Pope Leo IX is the first pope to openly go into warfare, into battle. The first pope to personally go to war, to call for a standing army to go to war, to be conducted against the Normans, ending in disaster with him being taken prisoner. The spectacle of priests, bishops, monks, all bearing arms and swords shedding blood came as a shock to the Byzantines, because the Byzantines understood that that's not the role of the church. That's the role of the state. The Christian state has that significance, and that's the two-headed eagle. And now we have the church side of the two-headed eagle putting on the temporal crown. This is also the period when we first get holy monks that can fight. Warrior monks. There have never been warrior monks prior to this. Okay. There's a great chapter on this in another excellent book that I recommend, The Christian East and the Rise of the Papacy, 1071 to 1453 by Papadakis and Meyendorff. It's a great book. Excellent chapters on particularly the Templars and the rise of the monastic knights who would fight. Now, are you thinking, let's think about this in a practical mode of thought here. We've never had this before. The papacy decides it's going to have warrior monks. Who do you think the warrior monks are loyal to and fight for? The papacy. So he's creating his own army. All of these new weird monastic orders pop up precisely in this Gregorian and post-Gregorian period. This is page 59 of the amazing magisterial Papadakis Meyendorff history text. And what propped this up, according to pages 52 and 53, was the prevalence of the forgeries, which George just wrote a 2-volume book about. Volume 2 is about the forgeries. You can get that at Uncut Mountain. Now, where did the Leo IX garner the idea, the belief, that he could go into war with warrior monks and monastics? Oh, Dictatus Papae. Did you know that? No. The place that he cited was actually, according to pages 48 and 49, Dictatus Papae. Now remember, I know Roman Catholics are ignorant of this. They have no idea what ancient canons taught. But in the ancient canons, even in Chalcedon, etc., you can't be a monk and go into war. You can't be a priest and fight. It doesn't mean that the state can't defend the church, but the church doesn't take up the role of the state, you goobers. Now, where do we get this idea from? Did you know this is actually a biblical principle? Outside of a few exceptions with David and Solomon, and I would argue that's due to their prophetic role, picturing and imaging Christ. Outside of those exceptions, what happens when Saul offers sacrifices at the altar? Oh, Samuel rebukes him. In other words, the king doesn't come in and do what the high priest does. The king isn't the Levite. In the New Testament, the king is a type of diakonos. Paul calls the ruler, the emperor, a diakonos who bears the sword for justice. That's the death penalty, you idiots. Then there's a twofold, two-role power, which is symbolized by the Byzantine eagle. The church has a spiritual authority to pronounce excommunication and banning from the table, from the Eucharist, etc. And in some cases, the church might hand people over to the civil state, but the church doesn't grab a sword and lop people's heads off. Except in the medieval papal system, they do. That's where it goes. In other words, this alone, if you understand this and understand the attitude of the role of the church in the state that the Orthodox Catholic Church of the first millennium had towards itself, it limited itself to not have a secular role. In fact, on pages 44 and 45, this whole idea of a secular state comes out of the papacy attempting to take power in the state. if you had Christian rulers, there would be no need for this. And on page 38 and 39, they point out that the papacy originally rejected this idea of the Eastern canonical approach so that it could have standing armies and go to war. Now, let me make sure I didn't get this wrong. Let me state this right. From the outset, Leo IX was determined to make the papacy an instrument of spiritual and moral rejuvenation in Rome and throughout Europe. To this end, Leo journeyed to the central and south of Italy, but also to France and Germany and across the Alps 3 times. Nearly 4.5 years of his 5-year pontificate were in fact spent outside of Rome. The numerous regional reforming synods held during this period of lengthy sojourns often had as their target the traffic in ecclesiastical offices and unchaste clergy. So the motivation wasn't just power. They did want to reform the lax state of the clergy in the Roman jurisdiction. Their object was to rid the church of abuses by restoring canonical discipline. The need to reassert both the validity and the binding power of canon law for all clergy was repeatedly emphasized. However, this is not Eastern canon law, but papal law. Oh, well, that all sounds good, so where's the problem? Well, here we go. This is where this becomes problematic. The attempt was to originally decree canons against simony, sexual laxity amongst the clergy, sexual laxity in local synods and how they ruled, and many priests at this time had concubines. Many were suspended, deposed, and excommunicated. The object, in short, was to punish all the offenders, and even if the synods were not always successful, no one doubted that Leo IX and his team of like-minded assistants were serious in their reforms. However, after all, to say it once more, the papacy until then had no sense of itself as an international body that had responsibilities for the entire world beyond the Alps and for Christian Europe as a whole. As its confining history during the post-Carolingian age illustrates, Rome until this time had rarely interfered outside of Italy. Now, how is Vatican I true if that's the case? By contrast, in 1049, it was being extolled as the undisputed center of all of Latin Christendom, the supreme divinely ordained authority of the Church, universal. If anything, papal activism forced Europe to take notice. The Church of Rome was thus on the threshold of an entirely new age. Pope Leo, in fact, transformed them into an immediate principal counselor of advisors known as the cardinals. This is where we get the office of the cardinal, which there was no cardinals in the first millennium of Christianity, by the way. So, by the way, if you want to understand, like, the fact that this is a totally different church, just look at the cardinals, who Leo IX just creates, right? By decree in 1059, the cardinal bishops would in fact be honored with metropolitan authority and choose the election of a new pope. Now, Roman Catholics say, well, the pope can do whatever he wants, so who cares? Interesting. So the pope can do whatever he wants, who cares? Oh, but actually nowadays the pope's held by tradition. He can't do whatever. So it's not really clear exactly how the pope can do whatever he wants, but he's also not able to do whatever he wants. Oh, he's bound by tradition. This is also the period where the Roman Church universally begins to mandate celibacy for all the clergy, even though they had already waffled on Trullo's allowing for married clergy. This was the period when they began to enforce it. The first cardinal election was 1059. And by the way, I think I got it backwards. It's actually Leo IX who's first. He's Gregory VII before Gregory VII. So it's Leo IX that goes to war and has all the principles that Gregory VII then puts into Dictatus Papae. So I think I got that backwards. Part of the controversy, by the way, side note, that led to the rise of the authority on the part of the Bishop of Rome in terms of claims for himself was the controversy between Gregory the Seventh and Henry the Third. And if I recall, this is the I'm going from memory, but I think he imprisoned the Pope, and then in response, the Pope got out and then made him like stand outside in the snow to repent or whatever. And so this is what led the Pope to say, "Aha! See, I have to be above the Pope, all the world rulers, or they will imprison me." So this is his rationale. So yeah, so it's Leo the Ninth's beliefs that lead to Gregory the Seventh's principles listed in Dictatus Papae, and that's covered on pages 48 and 49 of this book. And of course, after this is this period, by the way. Let's see. The first time the word Vicar of Christ is ever used is this period. And that's admitted by Congar. So this is page 50. No one had ever used this term Vicar of Christ, although I take that back. According to Papadakis, the term Vicar of Christ was actually used for the emperor. And then it becomes the title for that the Pope uses in the West. So when Roman Catholics use the phrase Vicar of Christ, you can point out to them, oh, you mean the same term that was used for the emperor prior to 1059? Yeah, when was it ever used prior to 1059 for the Roman bishop? By the end of the century, Pope Innocent III was already discarding the formula representative or vicar of Peter, and now he used the term Vicar of Christ. The text goes on to talk about the forgeries being key to this period. And it was actually the entire Eastern Church, which was the basis for Dictatus Papae itself. Dictatus Papae is directed against the Eastern Church. Then we get the new weird monastic fighting orders, who are the agents that prop up the new papacy. Does that not make a lot of sense? We get Bernard of Clairvaux, we get the Templars, we get the Hospitallers, the papal assassins of this period. And obeys tried. Notice how they don't even care that the very rise of a papacy with a sword undercuts the notion of a Christian state. They don't even realize that this undoes the very thing that they think is based in trad, a Christian state, because it's no longer a duty and a role of a Christian king or emperor. It's now the role of the head of the church, the spiritual power. So it's confusing the spheres of authority and power. Again, Leo the Ninth, first pope to personally go to war. This is a new revolutionary order. And in fact, it is these claims and reforms, in part, that spawn the Protestant Reformation. So far from Roman Catholics blaming everybody else for this, and Luther and this and that, they have only to blame themselves for the nonsense of Dictatus Papae, Leo the Ninth, and warrior monks. Now, to be precise in terms of this triple crown, as you know, the papal tiara or triple crown was supposed to signify the triplicity of authority that the Pope has, right? In heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and that he's above all the state rulers as well. John Paul I was the first pope to reject receiving the papal tiara. Again, showing you that the Vatican II popes have rejected the notion of the Christian state. That's why Vatican II is nothing about the Christian state and all about freedom of conscience, freedom of worship, freedom of private interpretation, all that stuff Now, I mean, when I say private interpretation, I'm talking about the right of the conscience of the individual and all that, which prior to that is condemned many times over in many papal documents. Oh, by the way, when Leo the Ninth was challenged on why he could go to war and why he could have vast land holdings, guess what he cited as his basis? You got it, the donation of Constantine. The infamous, universally admitted forgery. Now, it's funny, too, that after this period, is the first discussion of the pape. Here's an interesting question that you never hear the Roman Catholics raise. When is the first mention of infallibility for the Bishop of Rome? Does anybody know? It's explicit, like an explicit reference to the infallibility of the Bishop of Rome. Now, if this was always the teaching of the church, presumably it would have been in the first 1,000 years. But no, it turns out there's not a mention of this in the first 1,000 years. Well, when was the first mention of papal infallibility, specifically? Historian Brian Tierney has shown that papal infallibility itself did not develop slowly, but was created by members of the Franciscan order at the end of the 13th century because it suited their convenience to invent this doctrine. Pope John the 22nd attacked their doctrine of evangelical poverty, and in 1324, John the 22nd actually condemned papal infallibility as a novelty. He also got in trouble for other doctrines, and he's one of the popes that Roman Catholics will argue over as to whether he actually taught heresy. Anyway, regardless, John the 22nd was, he says, the Franciscan leaders defended the cherished papal bull on the grounds that it was irreformable, and its very irreformability logically presupposed papal infallibility. John the 22nd, however, was not interested in personal papal infallibility. For him, infallibility would place him in a straitjacket, limiting his powers and thus limiting the reigning pontiff by the infallible declaration of every predecessor. March of 1322, John the 22nd issued the bull Extravagantes, in which he maintained the right of a reigning pope's right to annul any of the decrees and judgments of his predecessors. So this is fascinating because John the 20th, think about how crazy this is. John the 22nd doesn't want to admit papal infallibility because the Franciscans are saying there has to be papal infallibility because that would make John the 22nd bound by his predecessors. John the 22nd is saying, I am not bound by my predecessors, and thus there isn't papal infallibility because I can thus annul or create judgments against or for my predecessors. This is so goofy. In 1324, he issues another bull called Quia Quorundum, in which he contemptuously proclaims that papal irreformability and infallibility is a pernicious audacity that the father of lies has led the Franciscans to declare. Now, here's a great quote from normie papal apologists, just to show you how dishonest and ignorant they are. This is from, who is this? Radio Replies by Leslie Rumble and Charles Carty, Roman Catholic writers. This is what they say. Before the definition of papal infallibility in 1870, the popes did not know that they were infallible with the same clarity as later popes, but they were infallible. So papal infallibility was there, just nobody knew about it. But they still had it. It was there, but they didn't even know. This thing is how stupid this position is. This is actual Roman Catholic apology. This is 10 books, papal apologetics. I mean, talk about smoke and mirrors and just, it's just crazy, dude. It's a crazy fun house. Well, you may be familiar with this period because this is also when we get the Great Schism of the West. And why would we even have the Great Schism of the West if it were not the papacy directly wrapped up in geopolitical power? Because we get 3 claimants to the See of Rome. The See of Rome eventually gets solved in terms of its claimant through, guess what, an ecumenical council. So imagine trying to think that the Council of Constance, which decided which pope would be the pope, but at the same time, according to Vatican I, your dogma is that no pope is above a council. No councils are spirited popes. In fact, when anti-pope John resigned, and the Council of Constance said that it would be Pope Martin that would be chosen as the legitimate pope, Pope Martin wrote Inter Cunctas, which said that no one is superior to an ecumenical council of the church, which is the head of the church. That's Inter Cunctas of Pope Martin. Well, it's not infallible. Don't accept it. Yeah, it's only infallible when you agree with it. And when the popes do something wrong or contradict, suddenly it's not infallible. Which means essentially that it's a worthless system. It's like a Protestant saying, the verse means what I want it to mean when I like it. And if you cite a verse against me, it doesn't mean that. So Roman Catholics are Protestant. They're the first Protestants. Now, in terms of religious liberty, we already listed in multiple live streams all the condemnations of religious liberty, and yet it is the most important thing, one of the most important things throughout Vatican II. In fact, there's an entire document on how crucial religious liberty is. Even though it was condemned, and even though, if you go back to the Fourth Lateran Council, anyone who would not exterminate heretics was excommunicated. So kings at the Fourth Lateran Council who will not exterminate heretics are excommunicated. Fast forward to Vatican II in 1965. Religious liberty and freedom of conscience and freedom of worship are fundamental human rights guaranteed everywhere to everyone at all times. I mean, this is a joke. This thing is actually a ridiculous joke. And they just can't accept it. It's so earth-shattering and frightening that they can't accept that. So that's the background of the geopolitical situation that the papacy found itself in throughout these centuries. And of course, I'm sure we all know about the Renaissance papacy with the Medicis and all that kind of stuff, and Alexander VI. And if you've ever watched Jeremy Irons playing the Borgias, that's actually a good series. You get another insight into just the insane, preposterous levels of like worldliness during that period, which it's not a moral critique. I understand that plenty of Orthodox bishops throughout the world have been luxurious and corrupt and all that. So the argument here is not about moral corruption or impeccability. The argument is about a doctrinal change, an ecclesiastical change in the structure of the church and in the doctrines of the church to say that the Pope can now have standing armies, go to war, excommunicate entire nations when their kings don't go to war for them to fill the papal coffers. And it's these things, in part, that led to the Reformation. That doesn't mean the Reformation doctrines are good, but the critiques of the Reformers are not without substantial basis. That's the point. By the way, guys, welcome. We got over 1,000 people. Nobody sent a super chat. If you want to support the stream, you can do so through super chats. I don't read all these books for free. If you want to support the stream, you can do so by super chatting through Streamlabs. Streamlabs doesn't take a cut, but you can also send a super chat natively through YouTube as well. So, great books there so far. Let's talk about just a couple pointers from history that are relevant as well. Obviously, we can't go through all of history here, but everyone should read Dictatus Papae if you've never read it. And then you should go and read the one-page doctrine document, Unum Sanctum. Hopefully you can read one page. It's not too much of a strain on you guys. And also, yeah. So in 1906, the Jewish Encyclopedia had a fascinating intro, which I've read for years, that, and I couldn't find it, so, but it is being pulled up here via Gemini, so it is accurate, even though I can't find the actual Jewish Encyclopedia reference. I think it's just under the Rothschilds. It points out that the Rothschilds have been the guardians of the papal treasury. Interesting. And this goes back for many centuries. I think to the 1700s is when they were given this title. And if you look up Rothschild loans to the Holy See, you will find that there have been many of these over the centuries. Well, mainly over the last couple centuries, right? In fact, the Vatican Bank itself comes out of this whole management structure of the Rothschild family being the bankers to and for the Holy See. This relationship was a notable aspect of the Rothschild family's extensive involvement in European finance throughout the 7th century. Let's see if we can find it here in the Jewish Encyclopedia. Oh, look, there we go. $2 million francs in 1845 to the Papal States, right there. Now there's more than one. Here's 16 million francs to the Papal States in 1831. These are loans. The guardians of the papal treasure. There. So, who are the guardians of the papal treasure according to the Jewish Encyclopedia? The Rothschilds. And even here it lists the Papal States as the receivers of at least two massive loans from the French Rothschilds. 16 million francs, 2 million francs. That's just two of them. Here's another one for 400 pounds. That must be from the British Rothschilds. Now, why are we bringing that up? Well, because a lot of people argue and try to give the impression that, oh, the corruption that we see or the problems that we see, these are the liberals of Vatican II, the liberalism of Vatican II. Well, if you're aware of medieval church history, you already can see that it's not a question of, can I link it? You can't go to the Jewish Encyclopedia and just look up Rothschild for yourselves. Are you guys that lazy? It's not a question of the liberalism of the 1960s. I mean, that's a role. It plays a role in it. But what we're illustrating here, what we're pointing out is the centuries of problems and corruption stemming from what? Stemming from dogmatic change and contradiction. Stemming from an alteration after 1054 that the papacy itself admits was not the structure of the church for the first 1,000 years. And it begins to be a cardinalate, imperial banking structure, a corporate structure. And there's actually books been written about modern corporations are actually modeled on the structure of the Vatican. Hey, Jamie, when you get a chance, could you make me an espresso? You hear me? Thank you. So, the original business church is actually the papacy. Let me give you an example from another book that we've not really gotten to yet. I've only read a little bit of it. As you guys know, we did do a recent talk from Paul Williams's book on the history of Al-Qaeda. We also did some years back the entirety of Paul Williams's Operation Gladio. And it turns out he has another book on the Vatican Bank and its background and history. And I've not lectured through this book yet, but again, Paul Williams is a mainline Catholic historian and professor who consulted with the FBI for many years. So he's not in any way a conspiracy theorist, and he's very much an accepted establishment kind of, Catholic personage. But he notes that the reason for the establishment of the Vatican Bank was, as we've seen, the most secretive bank in the world that has never been audited, and thus, as a sovereign bank in a sovereign state, because the Vatican is its own city-state, it becomes a perfect means for and method for money laundering and black ops and the funding of illicit things. And lo and behold, it has always been involved in those things. And many of these scandals have come out. You may or may not have heard of this. It's the Vatican Bank scandals. In fact, there have been recent Vatican Bank scandals, but there were Vatican Bank scandals in the 60s and 70s tied to Gladio and the Mafia that are very well known. I'm not going to rehearse those. But if you would like a decent documentary that gets into Bishop Marcinkus, the Banco d'Ambrosio, and Licio Gelli, head of the Mafia, and Roberto Calvi being killed and assassinated as a result of all this. There are good documentaries that have been around for a long time. You don't have to thus read all these long books. Let's see. You know what? I might actually, this might be better on just a little hint here. If you're looking for older classic kind of documentary stuff that doesn't pop up anymore, just use Yandex. It almost always comes up on Yandex. Look at that right there. Right away. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. This older, blurry documentary. It's not actually Press TV. I think this is made by CBC or something else. It's actually a good documentary. But you can't get it to come up on like YouTube or Google. You have to use Yandex. Yeah, exactly, Rachel. This is just the scandals we know about. Like, imagine what we don't know about. So this one is good, and there's actually several of these. There's one I think made by the Canadian Broadcasting Company some years back, but I don't remember the name of it. Let's see, it might be this one. Let's see what this is.
On a quiet night in 1982, Italian banker Roberto Calvi is on the run.
This might be it.
He has spent a lifetime working for Banco Ambrosiano, a bank whose biggest customer is the Vatican. But now he's a fugitive, desperately trying to escape the long arm of the law. An Italian smuggler arranged for him to be driven overnight to Austria, where he shuttled between several cities for a few days before boarding to Rome to consult with the Pope.
Their financial empire.
Jewish banker. James de Rothschild, head of the family's Paris-based headquarters, becomes the official papal banker.
There you go. Now, I think down the road we'll actually probably do a talk on Paul Williams's Vatican stuff, but he also in this book discusses the CIA's longtime connections with Paul VI, because they were worried that John the 23rd was too. They called him the Pink Pope, so they were worried he was a little too open to the Soviets and to socialism, and so they wanted to make sure, and thus they were involved in the conclave that elected. Originally, they wanted Cardinal Siri, and then it ended up being they went with Paul VI. And after that time, Kissinger met with Paul VI very regularly throughout the Cold War, and I think you could, and Gordon Thomas says the same thing with John Paul II. Like the CIA met with John Paul II all the time, but. Oh, well, it was a Cold War. Okay. Yeah, but I thought that the papacy was the guide here, and yet the papacy seems to be doing what the CIA wants during the Cold War. Interesting. Why is that? Well, at one point, the Banco d'Ambrosio collapse led to the collapse of all the banks in Italy, including the Vatican Bank, and the Rothschilds actually came in, I think, with $1 billion and bailed it out. So, by the way, thank you guys for the super chats. Appreciate that. Shepherd 911 $5. Jay, I've always appreciate the level of research that you put into this. I can see why Sam Hyde brought you on to write. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, we should have a couple new episodes out in the near future. One of them is going to be very ridiculous, so we'll have to see. I'm interested to see how many people redeem that episode. I did not redeem that episode. It's going to be a wild one. V. Scott, $5. Pay Piggies here for the Roman Catholic cookout. Cuter, $20. Always thankful for the reiteration of how much of the papal nonsense. Stay strong, Dyer. Thank you so much. Caucasian sent a membership. Thank you. Black Flame Nova, $100. If Andrew gets gifts for his grift, so should you. Here's for all that you do. Wow, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very generous. And we also want to mention some of these scandals, because the point of all this is that this is all interconnected. And the reason that we can't point people to this institution to rescue Western civilization, all that, is that it is corrupt from the top down. That's why. It's that simple. So I know there's a lot of sincere Roman Catholics and guys that mean well, and they want to do right, and they want to oppose corruption and all that. And I empathize with it. I sympathize with it. I know I was a trad cat. I get it. But the problem is, eventually you realize this institution is your enemy. It's not the Orthodox over here that are your real enemies, these people that you're fighting against. It's the revolutionaries in Rome who wear the papal mitre. I was going to say tiara, but they don't wear the tiara anymore. So that's what you eventually get just burnt out trying to defend Roman Catholicism when the people that run Roman Catholicism are your enemies. It's a trap. Like, they're the ones that are really fighting you. And once you realize that, it's like, all right, I'm done. It's like, why am I? It's like, it'd be like trying to spend all of your time defending Biden, and then you go meet Biden and he flips you off and poops his pants and tries to fling his senior citizen poop on you. You're like, okay, I'm done defending Biden. Like, this guy's not actually my friend, and I don't think he likes me, right? We all know Biden was like pooping himself and just screwing with his Secret Service and all these people. It's like, you're like, why am I defending this guy? This guy's crazy. So let's mention in passing that we've lectured through this whole book, and even if 50% of this book is correct, let's say 50% of this book is just wrong, just factually wrong, even as an FBI consultant, Paul Williams got it wrong. Okay, let's say 50% of the book is wrong. I don't think it is, but let's say it is. The other 50% that is right is enough to show this is an absolutely insane international crime organization. That's why I'm so constantly opposed to the Vatican. It's not because I'm mad. It's not because I'm jealous. It's not because I envy Nick Fuentes' audience. It's not because I wish I'm butthurt because Constantinople fell. Like, none of that. It's because I was in the domain of Tradcat world for many years throughout my 20s. I saw it, lived it. I understand the insanity and the doublethink and the craziness that it produces. And I don't want Roman Catholics to go through that. I want you to be free from that. I know you think, oh, you just hate Catholics. I don't like the organized crime goblins in Rome. I like Tim Gordon. I love Tim Gordon and his family. His family is awesome. He's got all these kids, and they're great. I want to see Tim Gordon free from the shackles and slavery of this organized crime syndicate that they believe is infallible. It's just crazy. So to summarize in this book, we're not going to lecture this whole book. I've already lectured through this entire book. You can go find it on the channel. The summary is just simply that in 1947, the CIA reached out to the Vatican to try to make connections because the Cold War is kicking off, and they want to try to ensure that this vast global entity will be on their side in the Cold War. And so William Colby and others, prior to that, of course, it was the Zionist James Jesus Angleton who was at the Rome desk for the OSS. Colby reaches out and they offer $65 million to the Vatican Bank in 1948 to help the Vatican win against the socialists and the communists in the election. Now, the Vatican isn't running, but they wanted to support the pro-American, pro-CIA, pro-OSS candidates, Christian Democrats or whatever they're called. And to that, because obviously if you're the Vatican, you don't want communists taking over Italy, right? Because I'm not saying the communists are good, but I'm saying that this is the beginning of the alliance with the Vatican and the CIA in 1947, and particularly here, William Colby. Now, if you don't know who William Colby is, he is a very important Tradcat Cold War figure. And there's a great documentary that his son made, and it's called The Man Nobody Knew. We've done a whole podcast just on this documentary. I highly recommend everybody go watch it. It will give you a lot of good context, and it will back up a lot of the things that you hear me talking about that we talk about in this book. The Roman Catholic Church at this time reached out not just to the Vatican, but I want to add also to Hollywood people. Gary Cooper, Frank Sinatra, they were also tapped for promotion of Catholicism and Americanism during this time period to fight the Cold War. Now, to be clear, I am not saying everybody involved in this was nefarious and malicious. I understand that at that time they thought this was the right thing to do. And I definitely believe in private property and human rights and, the Ten Commandments, I should say. I believe in those things, and I don't believe in the NKVD or the Soviet Party's line or any of that stuff. But that doesn't mean that makes all of the Vatican goblins and the CIA operatives the good guys. Okay? This is just the realpolitik, the real world. Because what happens is the means by which they decide to set up the funding structure here involves drugs and weapons. And how are we going to fund and put money into the Vatican Bank and also fund some of these black ops when, number one, we can't have this public money because that will get congressional investigation. So they do it off the books, and we're going to use the world's most secretive bank, the Vatican Bank, and the Vatican will perhaps help us if we need funding for black ops. And that's exactly what happened. In fact, many shell company banks are created. And these shell companies all end up tied into organized crime, Sicilian mafia, the mafia in the U.S., and the OSS and CIA. One of the key banks tied into this was the Hambros Brothers Bank, which was an OSS and British intelligence bank. Hambros himself was a British Jew who set up a bank that would be involved in British intelligence operations. And it was also tied into Opus Dei, and thus Opus Dei becomes one of the central links in this chain that would be used by the CIA and other individuals in terms of Operation Gladio. So this is where Gladio comes in to be funded through the stuff that we're talking about. Eventually, however, this collapsed. And what's fascinating, I made a video back when FTX collapsed, because the structure of FTX and its scam is actually really close to the same pyramid-style structure scam of the collapse of the Banco d'Ambrosio and thus the Vatican Bank and others. $22 billion were lost. And they were basically betting with other people's money. Particularly, they were betting with everybody in Italy's pension money. Isn't that crazy? Now, specifically on the organized crime side of this, Paul VI was very close to Michel Sindona, who was an organized crime figure and a trafficker. And Michel Sindona was the finance kingpin, and he was also running operations at the Vatican Bank. Michel Sindona was also directly connected to David Rockefeller. And so the secrets of the Vatican Bank then, as you can see, are like perfect. The secrecy of it is perfect for, in one case, for example, the United States sent $10 million to Michel Sindona to fund Operation Gladio in 1970. According to Paul Williams, the guy running all of this was actually Kissinger. So Kissinger was the one that was meeting with Paul VI regularly, meeting with President Nixon, and meeting with and giving orders to Licio Gelli, who had, through Epstein-style parties, compromised the cardinals for the most part and the bishops of Italy. So Italy, in terms of, and politicians too, I forgot, politicians, the cardinals, and the bishops were invited to Bunga Bunga parties. Have you heard of this? This was the famous parties that Silvio Berlusconi had, who was himself a member of P2. All these people are members of the P2 Lodge too, by the way. All of this gets printed in the Italian and European press, explodes the door on all of the Gladio stuff. And in 1981, this was published in European and Italian press. All 962 members of the P2 Lodge and those who had been attending the Bunga Bunga parties at the clandestine lodge, Epstein-style stuff. This is page 109. Here's an example of the list. And by the way, the first person listed is Silvio Berlusconi. Yeah, so these are Roman Catholic ditty parties, but I would imagine, I'm sure they used boys and girls at this, but do you remember this?
Berlusconi is savoring his court victory in the infamous Bunga Bunga case and plunging ahead with politics, saying he's working for a better Italy even though he remains barred from public office. Tuesday, Italy's highest court confirmed Berlusconi's acquittal on charges he paid an underage Moroccan prostitute for sex and then used his influence to cover it up. The ruling closed an embarrassing chapter for the media mogul, exposing the raunchy parties at his Milan mansion, complete with showgirl stripteases. In a statement, Berlusconi cheered the decision but expressed bitterness.
So, this was a huge deal, like 10, 15 years ago. Because it came out that he was engaged in these Bunga Bunga parties. But this is nothing new. The Bunga Bunga parties were happening in 1981. So, it goes back to the 70s, Gladio, and all the members of the P2 Lodge. By the way, this is all public. This isn't even, this isn't theory. You can actually go look up the P2 list. It's all declassified public stuff from late 70s, early 80s. So anyway, speaking of these characters, a lot of these characters, the Vatican Bank, for example, would create shell companies. The Vatican would then own shell companies which would engage in the shipping of arms and drugs, and perhaps other black market things, people perhaps, and thus they would have plausible deniability because, well, it's not the Vatican doing it, it's a shell company for the Vatican, and that's all come out. Vatican owns arms shipping companies that were fronts and shells, and thus they had plausible deniability, and they could say that they were one or two levels removed from people like Licio Gelli through Michel Sindona, who was really close to Paul VI, by the way. I should have asked Sammy the Bull about this because, for example, here's a fascinating section that I didn't think to ask Sammy the Bull when we were talking about all this stuff. In addition to the shell corporations, Roberto Calvi remained Michel Sindona's successor as the principal banker for the heroin trade. Insight into Roberto Calvi's position as the mob's consigliere was provided in 1996 when Francesco Manoia, the leading pentito, who collaborated with the informant for the feds from the Sicilian Mafia, testified in the Andreotti trial. He told the court that Roberto Calvi became the key figure laundering heroin money for the American Mafia after the arrest warrant for Michel Sindona had been issued in Italy in 1976. The heroin, according to Manoia, continued to be sent to the Gambinos of Cherry Hill, New Jersey. The Gambinos would then deposit large sums of money of their earnings into the banks that were controlled by Roberto Calvi that were then cleansed, money laundering, cleansed, for the Vatican Bank, or what's called the Institute of Religious Affairs, or Institute of Religious Works. Eventually, the money was then used by the American Mafia to purchase hotels, lands, and financial companies in Florida and the island of Aruba. So, that's where your Vatican tithe money is going, you idiots. Oh, they're not corrupt anymore. They're not corrupt. Yeah, they just assassinated John Paul I, right? I mean, this is why John Paul I got assassinated. It was over this stuff. You understand? You read this book and it explains what was going on and why he was assassinated. Now, but wait a minute. John Paul II was a saint. He was a hero. Oh, you mean the guy who would hang out with and meet Savile and gave Savile a papal knighthood? You mean the guy that promoted Bishop Marcinkus, one of the key criminal figures in the Vatican Bank scandals? Oh yeah, John Paul the Great, sure. I think to be the Great, or to be knighted, or to be called Dame this or that, or Sir this or that, you actually have to be exceptionally wicked. That's like the only way to actually be like given these high titles and awards and promotions. Anyway, so there's a lot more. This book has basically every page is full of fascinating information. And to take that book by Paul Williams and then read Whitney Webb's book on the way that the Jeff Stein McEffrey operation was conducted via Maxwell, Ghislaine, etc., and that entrapment operation. Oh, that's exactly what Licio Gelli and Kissinger's entrapment operation through the P2 lodges was happening in the 1970s. It's the exact same. It's the same model. So are you noticing a pattern? This is how they run things. Yeah, but wait a minute. What about, so the lodge, okay, this isn't a typical Freemason lodge. I'm totally against Freemasonry, but somebody might say, well, wait a minute. Mussolini was opposed to Masonry, and he didn't like them, and neither did Tiny Mustache Man. So how could there be lodges that were pro-CIA and all that? Well, that's what P2 is. P2 Lodge were the leftovers of Masonry that were fascist. So some of the lodges, apparently the P2, they actually, this isn't schizo. I'm citing to you normal mainline historic texts. Why are you calling this stuff schizo? I'm literally giving you historian Catholic authors that are consultants for the FBI. What are you talking about schizo? So, I mean, it's literally a easily accessible Wikipedia article. And I'm not saying it's true because it's a Wikipedia article. I'm saying that it's a Wikipedia article because it's not even controversial, you idiot. Its charter was transformed by Licio Gelli. That's exactly what I just told you. Now, I think this will even tell you that, because it's all public now. This lodge was secret until it was discovered through Gladio. And Mikhail Sandona's bank collapsed. Oh, look at all the stuff I'm telling you. It turns out it's like publicly information. Oh, you just didn't know. See, what you think is schizo is just because you're illiterate and you don't read. You're the problem, not me. All right, so moving on. This alliance that had been formed that we saw with the Roman Catholic Church and Western intelligence, it actually kind of made sense, and you could empathize with and see why the popes would be convinced of it, right? If your bank is running out of money, there's been corruption already in the Vatican bank, the CIA reaches out, hey, we are pro-freedom, we're pro-private, property, we're pro-God, we're going to help you fight this political information battle with the communists that are about to be elected. We're going to give you money, tens of millions of dollars. You're going to then defeat the communists, and the Christian Democrats who are pro-Roman Catholic will win the elections. But the problem is that now you are indebted to the people that have put all the money in your bank, obviously. The borrower is servant to the lender. So I mentioned this stuff on Twitter the other day, and this know-it-all, actually, there were only 2 or 3 loans of the... It's like, dude, you want to haggle with me over this, minutia, when Scripture says very clearly, the borrower is servant to the lender. So if the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the CIA they're bailing out collapsing Vatican banks. Yeah, there's actually several documentaries on Gladio. None of this is controversial. This is all public stuff. This is not even theory. This is all public known stuff. Anyway, let's just move on. So another book that we lectured through that was an academic text was Michael Graziano's recent thesis, published as Aaron into the Wilderness, Religion in the History of the CIA. And this whole book is about the relationship of the OSS and the CIA to American religion. Most of the stuff that you've heard me talk about is all backed up in this book. There were some things that were new to me, though, when we read this. For example, I didn't know that Tom Dooley. Tom Dooley was a famous Roman Catholic actor who was also recruited into doing a lot of propaganda and Cold War, anti-communist Cold War stuff. And one reason that they were able to do that was because he was gay. So Tom Dooley, who was very close to Paul VI and a famous honorary PhD from Notre Dame. Oh, shocker, I know, right? It's a shocker that a Roman Catholic would be gay. Tom Dooley was apparently recruited and used in this way because he was gay. I mean, this is the point I was making the other day. The reason that you can't have people who are highly intelligent, that can't be the only criteria for leadership, because you can have highly intelligent people who are captive to certain vices. Now, we're all captive to vices in some way, but certain vices make it not possible for you to be in a leadership role. It will compromise you, and not only are you compromised, well, you're also subject to and a slave to your vices in this way. So the reason that even in the Cold War this was everywhere understood was that the Soviets would just immediately compromise and get dirt on anybody who was secretly gay during the Cold War. So anyway, I'm not going to rehearse all this book, but it is relevant to note that one thing that even as a secular historian, Michael Graziano noted was that the entire project of ecumenism was an OSS, CIA, Americanist project. Now, yes, ecumenism existed prior to that, and even prior to the OSS and CIA picking up on it, it was a very powerful tool. It was funded by the Rockefeller family by many, many millions of dollars. We've covered that. That's in the Rockefeller biography. But the one thing that we found interesting in on page 68 and 69 was that the term Judeo-Christian is actually a Cold War psychological warfare tool. So people are, where's Judeo-Christian? It's out of the Cold War. It's a term that the OSS and CIA used to try to capitalize on any force in the West that was pro-God and pro-family or anything like that to help fight the Cold War. So again, that's where that term comes from. The idea was that a Judeo-Christian society's pluralism would be a better society, and you could sell that over the USSR's anti-liberal society. Did you know that? The Soviets were anti-liberal. I know that might be a shock to some dumb people, but Sovietism is anti-liberal. They're opposed to classical liberalism. They're opposed to capitalism, which is a liberal, classical liberal economic theory. So the CIA reasoned, the OSS reasoned, opposed them with religious pluralism and the idea of a Judeo-Christian pluralist society. That naturally led directly to ecumenism and what's called the doctrinal warfare program of the CIA. Now, this book has a whole section on C.D. Jackson, Ed Lilly, Henry Luce of Time Magazine, all of these other figures who were involved with the Eisenhower Psychological Strategy Board, PSB, the Psychological Strategy Board of Eisenhower. And Henry Luce was a Skull and Bones, the guy behind Time Life magazine. And they went in on this idea that together, if we could come up with a common ethos of a supreme being and natural law, all of the religious world could be grouped together to fight the Cold War. Page 72, 73. Now, this is a secular scholar who can recognize all the things that I tell you. He doesn't have a religious view as far as I know. In fact, he comes off as kind of woke. How can a secular woke dude recognize this, but none of you Roman Catholics can recognize this, and you normie docs can't recognize this? This isn't even a long book. You could read this book in 2 days. It's 180 pages. And a mainline academic text will tell you everything that I say. Right here. Pages 72, 73. Henry Luce then decided it would be useful to recruit people like Billy Graham for this anti-Soviet Cold War message. And the term they came up with, you can't make this, this is so gay. Spiritual democracy. This is their psychological warfare slogan term. If we all believed in spiritual democracy and understood it, and if we just listened to Billy Graham's lectures, and if we had mass Billy Graham, that's all Cold War. Do you understand? Billy Graham is a Cold Warrior. Those giant tent revivals and stadium revivals are to fight the Cold War, you idiots. It's not about saving your soul. Yes, Billy Graham was utilized. Now, that doesn't mean that Billy Graham was sent to the farm and was given training and was taught how to seduce women and to kill people. No. Billy Graham is brought into the boardrooms with people like Henry Luce, and they say, hey, we're going to put you on Time magazine. You're going to be the voice of America and God's voice to the nations. But it's for the Cold War, admittedly. It's called the Doctrinal Warfare Program. Guess what? They didn't just look for evangelical goobers to be the face of this. They also looked for Muslim preachers to be the face of the Cold War. Why am I saying this? You cannot understand all of this and all the stuff that happened and Vatican II without the Cold War. That's the setting, the ethos, the milieu. And in fact, this dude goes on to say, they also looked for Muslim preachers to be this kind of a pro-Western thing. There was, for example, an Imam of Jerusalem that they thought could aid in the Cold War. Now, remember, that's where we get Mujahideen. The CIA pays for and trains the Mujahideen to fight the Soviets. In fact, the Doctrinal Warfare Program stressed that amongst the CIA alliance of the Ecumenist Religious Project, they would intentionally, quote, avoid dogmas and stress lowest common denominator, spiritual democracy. This is the gayest term I've ever heard. To promote a global ecumenism. So, even though ecumenism is prior to the Cold War, the OSS and CIA explicitly and self-consciously, especially Bill Donovan himself, who was a massive ecumenist, utilized the idea of a global ecumenist project to defeat the Soviets. In fact, the CIA during this period would even make ties with Buddhism. Thus, Tibetan Buddhism and the Tibetan Project were specific CIA projects. We just covered that 2 streams ago. That is also declassified. Why? Think about it. Who hates the Dalai Lama? China. Why? Because of the CIA Tibet program. The CIA Tibet program was an anti-Chinese government covert operation spanning 20 years. It consisted of political action, propaganda, military intelligence operations, all this kind of stuff, facilitated by arrangements between the Dalai Lama and the CIA. Are you beginning to see how broad and expansive this ideological war is? And these people don't care about your theological minutia. Okay, to all you theology nerds, they don't care about homoousios. They don't care about the essence energy distinction. They don't care about filioque. The concern is a giant ecumenist ideological alliance to win the Cold War. And why are we winning the Cold War? Is it because everybody in the West are the good guys? Now, a lot of people in the CIA and in the intelligence in the West are good guys. My uncle was a famous Air Force intelligence guy in the Cold War. He flew missions out of Turkey against the Soviets. So I am not pro-Soviet. My point is that when you make this alliance, you now have a new master. And if the CIA and the Rockefellers and all these people have bailed out your bank, they're not going to let you just do whatever you want. You answer to them now. And so if John Paul II needs to shoot a photo op for the Cold War, and all the Tradcat era CIA people under Reagan, if they tell him he's going to do it, he's got to do it. Anyway, this Michael Graziano book is great, by the way. It's really good. By the way, the last chapter is about Zbigniew Brzezinski and that whole plan of supporting the Al-Qaeda to fight the Soviets. I forgot. Another character that's brought in by the CIA, Joseph Campbell, and his archetypes that could be utilized to promote ecumenism. 134 and 135. Now, where did we just see today Joseph Campbell and ecumenism and archetypes? Oh, it's Changing Images of Man, the very thing I talked about at the very beginning. And although I thought this book was going to focus on, I don't know, Brzezinski type stuff, the first 40 plus pages is about spirituality, archetypes, perennialism, and ecumenism. Interesting. So I have a whole lecture through the Graziano book. You can go find that on my channel. Also, side note, the Paul Williams book is great, but if you're looking for a more academic text, because Paul Williams wrote his book to be, I think, readable by a large audience, and even though it is more readable than this book, it is dense. I mean, I took notes on every single page. Every page has a sticky note. So it will take a long time. It is a lot of information to process, but it's written even still for a mass readership. This book is written a little more for an academic audience, and it is apparently a PhD thesis, and it's Daniel Ganzer's book, NATO's Secret Armies, Operation Gladio, and Terror in Western Europe. And a lot of the information that's in the Williams book will also be in this book. For example, sections on William Colby, sections on Opus Dei, sections on Kissinger, sections on the Mafia, Lucky Luciano, all that stuff. Even a section that sounds, I mean, I don't know that my uncle did this, but the chapter on Turkey actually makes sense with the timeline of when my uncle would have been doing these missions out of Turkey against the Soviets. So I think that it might be, I'll give you an example. He says, at the end of the Second World War, the main priority of the United States in regard to Turkey was to integrate the country solidly within the Western anti-communist defense. Due to its geographic location, Turkey was highly valuable as a strategic territory. Both during and after the Cold War, it functioned as an important balcony for the U.S. and NATO operations in the oil countries of the Middle East and the Caucasus region, most prominently during the Second Gulf War into the 1990s. Furthermore, the country represented the most eastern land post of NATO during the Cold War. Nobody else, not even Norway, was closer to Moscow, and hence Turkey was equipped with high-tech gear and was used as a listening post. And that's exactly what my uncle was doing for Air Force intelligence during the Cold War. Now, it doesn't mention my uncle. I'm just saying that seems like that's probably what was going on. It's the first time I've seen in a book mention the things that they told. My uncle died in the 90s, so this was like way, way, way later that I was told this stuff. But fascinating stuff. I think this chapter is really fascinating. This chapter talks about the CIA setting up the MIT, which is Turkish Secret Service. And, of course, they did this to try to, have Turkey on our side during the Cold War, as it said. CIA sent 20 people to set up the Turkish MIT. And this was pretty much structured by the 1950s. In fact, 20,000 Turks were brought to America and trained from 1950 to 1979 for the CIA to use in Turkey. And also the School of the Americas. This is fascinating too. Training for the counter-guerrilla secret army was carried out across Turkey in numerous places, but also abroad. Paramilitary training centers included schools at Ankara, Bolu, Kayseri, Buka, and Izmir. After 1974, also Cyprus. In the Mountain Commando School of Bolu, U.S. Special Forces, including Green Beret, were preparing for the war in Vietnam, were trained together with the counter-guerrillas. Selected counter-guerrilla officers were instructed in the USA at the School of Americas. The notorious training center for the Special Forces terrorists in 1946 in Panama had moved in 1984 to the Fort Benning U.S. Army post with 85 miles southeast of Atlanta, Georgia. Schools have been set up to train stay-behind officers for 60,000 Latin American soldiers. That's just crazy. Like these drills and these training cells that like they train a lot of people and then send them out to do this stuff. It's more than we know. It's crazy. But the reason I brought that up was that the School of Americas also played a role in training jihad cells or Al-Qaeda cells. Allegedly, the School of America's terror training center in the U.S. was also identical to the Al-Qaeda centers of Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan as far as methods that were taught were concerned. They learned how to, it's all the same stuff, right? So in other words, Al-Qaeda's training is basically identical to Gladio training is the point. And that's very suggestive that it's the same trainers, right? Anyway, so that's another text on this that's more, as we said, academic. It's more like if you read like military histories, which can be kind of dry and kind of boring at times. Paul Williams's book is a lot more exciting, but the Ganser book is very relevant. Key text, though, overall that I want to stress. I know it's a difficult book, and we've not lectured through the whole thing. We've lectured through half of it. But it is an absolutely necessary book. It's probably one of the most important geopolitical texts that I've read that I recommend. It's not for everybody. Most of you are not going to get it, not going to read it. I've not met anyone that has read the book. I'm the only person I know, other than David Wimhoff, who wrote it, who's actually read it. I'm not saying nobody's read it. I'm saying I've never met a person who's read it because I bring it up and nobody knows what I'm talking about, even though I have recommended and promoted it for 7 years at least. And that is this. I think it has been reprinted, by the way. John Courtney Murray, Time, Life, and the American Proposition: How the CIA's Doctrinal Warfare Program Changed the Catholic Church. Now, this book is not saying that the CIA alone did everything and changed everything at Vatican II. Because it's not just the CIA. In fact, there were many people and many interests, including Jewish interests, who had a say at Vatican II. I don't know if I'll be able to find this, but way back in my trad days, there used to be reference made to Look magazine, which was a Jewish magazine. And yeah, here it is. You can find the entire article. I've read the article from the 1966 Look magazine. How Jews Changed Catholic Thinking. And the article is about Jewish lobby and influence at Vatican II, particularly Nostra Aetate, but not just Nostra Aetate. Also, the eventual removal of the Good Friday prayers against Jews in the Latin Mass, which the Vatican has removed. Now, where's Fuentes or any of these people on this topic? Oh, yeah, they don't ever talk about this, do they? I will say it, though. Tim Gordon did have a debate on this. I think Tim Gordon had a debate with a classical theist. I think they had a debate on the removal of this perfidious Jews statement. Now, you can go look it up, but you can see that what I'm talking about is real. Now, here's your favorite Skittles Jesuit. He wrote a whole article on it. Now, again, how come none of the trad cats and the Roman Catholic? Why aren't the pop apologist Catholic people talking about this? The Latin Mass Good Friday traditional prayers prayed against the Jews. And it said something like perfidious Jews. It's been years since I've seen this or thought about this. Perfidious, that's it. In 1959, John the 23rd had removed the perfidious Jews. Post-Vatican II, it was all redrafted. And I guess they got rid of heretics and schismatics too. So, and why did they do that? Well, in part because of what we just said with the Look magazine. And also, but it's not just that. It's also the documents like Nostra Aetate. So it's not just the Jews. It's also the CIA. It's also the Rockefellers. There's a lot of interests that wanted to move and turn the Vatican and its theology and its giant base for Cold War purposes and long-term other purposes. In fact, there's an entire chapter in Wim Hof's book about John Courtney Murray and his close relationship with the Rockefellers. And the reason the Rockefellers were so interested in this is that they wanted to get some of the liberal Jesuits on board to change the ethics of the Roman Catholic Church on contraception, abortion, etc. They wanted the Roman Catholic Church to accept Skittles, all of that stuff for Depop because of population control. There's a whole chapter on it. Now, who is David Wim Hof? David Wim Hof is a traditional Catholic, not a sedevacantist, traditional Catholic lawyer. And he wrote this book, which is one of the most important geopolitical books I've ever. It's 1,000 pages. And it has at least probably 1,000 footnotes, maybe more. I mean, it's in notes, so I can't tabulate them for you. But like every chapter is, 30 footnotes. And there's a bunch of little chapters. And the whole book details most of the stuff that you hear me talk about. Like there's a whole section on Quigley. It's a whole section on Woodrow Wilson and Fabian socialism. Like there's all of that in the book. But also the changes that were identified in Roman Catholic theology that needed to go. For example, multiple Roman Catholic papal teachings about the state being Christian would have to be overturned and done away with, such as Quas Primus, the Feast of Christ the King, the document Immortale Dei, and Temesi Futura, all of which are papal documents, which talks about the need for the state to also be Catholic or Christian, etc. You can't have ecumenism, and ecumenism can't be a CIA project if the Catholic Church continues to stress that the state be Catholic. So ecumenism is Americanism applied to religion. That is the thesis of the first half of the book. And it's true. And he shows it. And not just him, Michael Graziano, who has nothing to do with David Wim Hof or anything to do with this theological Catholic project, says the exact same thing. The OSS and the CIA understood that ecumenism is a geopolitical project. Now, when I was a trad cat, I was a dork, and I thought it was all theology. Oh, it's all theology. Oh, it's Thomas Aquinas. No. They don't care about Thomas Aquinas in Rome. What matters in Rome is geopolitics and money and the Vatican Bank. And that's what naive, ignorant, young trad cats don't understand, as I didn't understand until I grew up and got wise. And I started reading things like books on the history of the Mossad. What? Oh, yeah. You mean like Gordon Thomas's Gideon Spies? Why would I care about this in regard to the papacy? Well, it turns out there's quite a bit on the papacy and Catholicism in this History of the Mossad book. And I'll just give you one example. And I'm just showing you that there's multiple interests involved in something as big as the Vatican and the Vatican Bank and so forth. I recommend getting this book, by the way. It's a great book. A lot of what you've heard me talk about, there's actually an entire chapter also kind of echoing this. And for those that don't know, Gordon Thomas is a mainline best-selling journalist historian. He's written 40 books. Many of them deal with the history of espionage and intelligence. He wrote, for example, a book on the history of MI5 and MI6. He has a book, I have a book of his on MK Ultra. He's written all kinds of stuff. Now, this is not a conspiracy book. In fact, on the back of the book, there are blurbs and support from GQ Magazine, The Washington Post, Maxim, Publishers Weekly, Kirkus Review, etc. Even the former head of the Mossad says this book tells it like it was and like it is. That's Meir Amit, former director of Mossad. So this isn't kooky stuff. This is mainline academic history. If you go to page 214, by the way, there's a really fascinating chapter on Henri Paul being an asset for French SIS and MI6. And although Gordon Thomas doesn't outright say that Diana was assassinated, you can kind of read between the lines in this chapter at the very beginning. Anyway, fast forwarding to page 214. This is the chapter on the OSS and the CIA and the Vatican. Oh, wait a minute. I thought that was all conspiracies. No, it's actually mainline history. You just don't know about it. In 1945, the OSS was welcomed into the Vatican. In the words of James Jesus Angleton, who was the head of the OSS station in Rome, "We came with open arms." Pius XII and his Curia asked James Jesus Angleton to help the church set up a militant anti-communist crusade by getting the Italian Christian Democratic Party, exactly what I told you, into power. Angleton was a practicing Roman Catholic and used all of his considerable resources at his disposal to bribe, blackmail, and threaten anyone to support the Christian Democrats. He had been given full access to the Vatican's unparalleled information gathering services. So the Vatican is an intelligence agency. They existed throughout Italy and had quite a bit of power and information. Every curate and priest was called upon to report the activities of the communists and watch their parishes. So they were all spying. Now, I'm not saying communism is good, by the way. I know a lot of you guys are dumb. I know a lot of you people have a challenge with the slow boy status. I'm saying they're both bad. I know that's hard to figure out, that you don't just have good guys and bad guys in the world. I know it's not just cops and robbers. Or I know you think it's cops and robbers, but do you understand there can be two bad guys? Do you understand two bad guys could oppose each other? I know that's hard for people with under 100 IQ to figure out, but they can happen, I promise. I mean, everybody watches movies, right? Or they used to. Do you ever notice that sometimes two bad guys fight each other? If you watch The Sopranos, sometimes Tony fights other mobsters. When the Vatican assessed all this information, they would then pass it on to James Jesus Angleton, who would then send it on to OSS and then later to the CIA. So they kept tabs on all the communists in Italy, and the priests were all spying. The Pope was convinced that the Italian communists were the spearhead of a campaign to destroy the Roman Catholic Church. Now, that's partly true, but the question is, does the CIA also want to perhaps co-opt and destroy the Roman Catholic Church as well? The regular meetings between Pius XII and Angleton became sessions where communism loomed ever larger. So, wait a minute. It turns out James Jesus Angleton, the Israeliophile CIA master spy, is regularly meeting with and consulting and telling Pius XII what to do. In fact, the Pope asked Angleton to do anything and tell the U.S. to do anything to destroy the communists. Pius XII suddenly became an enthusiastic proponent of U.S. foreign policy. It's interesting how that works, right? By 1952, the Rome station chief Rome was now the station chief, had the CIA, not the OSS, and it was a new devout tradcat, William Colby. He went on to mastermind all the CIA's activities in Vietnam, including the Phoenix program, which was the weaponizing of serial killers. Colby had established a very powerful network of informers within the Vatican State and the Secretariat of State. In fact, every Vatican congregation had a network of Colby's CIA informants. He used them to help the CIA fight Soviet espionage that was also happening in Rome and throughout the globe. Now that's true, and we covered John Kaler's whole book on the KGB and the NKVD's operatives in the Vatican. So we've covered that's a CIA historian. That's a guy from the CIA. We've covered his book. So you understand, I don't just go by conspiracy books. I go by critic of the CIA and mouthpiece of the CIA books. We look at both. I know that's hard for some of you people to understand, that there's establishment books and anti-establishment books, and that we read both. I know you're either or, you're dialectical, but we don't do that. That's why the analysis that we do is superior to everybody else's analysis. And no one else lectures through the books dozen by dozen by dozen like we do. Who else does this? There are no other channels that do this. I know Richard Grove talks about books. I love Richard Grove. I'm saying, who lectures through all the theology and the church history and the philosophy and the geopolitics and the espionage? Plenty of channels do one or the other. Who does all this? In 1960, the CIA achieved another breakthrough with Cardinal Montini, Paul VI, 3 years later. He gave the CIA the names of all the priests that the United States deemed by the Vatican to be perhaps potentially communist. Now, in practice, in theory, I don't even necessarily have a problem with this, because I assume that this is going to happen and this is what would happen. But my point is that who has ever told you this? That your priests and your Roman Catholic prelates are spying on you and giving the information to people in Washington. And Washington is giving them information and dirt. Nobody tells you this. The Cold War was at its peak, and thus paranoia ran rife. The FBI hounded priests, many of them that were suspected of being liberation theologians, etc. The CIA thus had a substantial slush fund called Project Money that they used to make generous gifts to Catholic charities, schools, and orphanages. These would pay for the restoration of churches and buildings that the Vatican owned. All expense-paid holidays were given to priests and nuns known to be staunchly pro-American. What's the problem with all that? Just bathe and trad, dude. Bathe and trad. The problem is, you now have new masters, you dummy. Do you think the CIA is just your buddy? They just give you millions of dollars and put all this in the Vatican bank because they're cool? Oh, bathe and trad, dude. They're so cool. They just give like free money, bro. The CIA's giving out free money, bro. They're so cool. No, it means you now owe them. Okay, this is big boy pants stuff. This is organized crime level stuff. You don't get millions of dollars and do whatever you want, bro. You then owe them. They're your masters now. The borrower is servant to the lender. Proverbs 101. Successive CIA station chiefs thus were regarded by the Vatican as more important than the American ambassadors to Italy. When John the 23rd was elected pontiff in 1958, he stunned the Curia. He was saying that a crusade against communism had failed. He's the pink pope, right? He ordered that the Italian bishops become politically neutral. The CIA began to be frantic when Pope John ordered that CIA access to the Vatican must cease. The agency's panic increased when the CIA learned that the Pope had begun to nurture the seeds of what he called an embryonic Ostpolitik, and started a cautious dialogue with Khrushchev. For the CIA station chief in Rome, the Vatican was no longer committed to the American project. Now, so you see how this is complicated, right? I would agree with John the 23rd stopping the Vatican direct control access pipeline to the CIA, but not for the reasons that John the 23rd is doing it, you see. So John the 23rd is doing it because he's open to Soviet communism. But so you see how this is complex. It's not good guy, bad guy. I know a lot of you people think the world is cops and robbers. You're fourth graders who think everything works that way. But again, you can have two bad guys fighting. Did you understand that? Can you conceive of that? CIA analysts in Washington prepared exhaustive assessments with such grandiose titles as The Links Between the Vatican and Communism. The CIA's director at that time, John McCone, flew to Rome and demanded a meeting with John the 23rd. He had come at the insistence of America's first Catholic president, JFK. McCone told the pontiff that the church must stop this drift towards communism. For 10 minutes straight, John McCone spoke in this very blunt manner without any interruptions. So you see, like, this is not the LARPing crusade bullcrap that tradcats think. The CIA flies in, gets in the face of the Pope, and says, "You're going to do this." Does this sound like medieval crusading LARPing bullshit where the Pope is the Emperor Kwisatz Haderach of the world? You guys are so naive, man. You're so naive. Speaking softly, John the 23rd explained that the church had an urgent duty to solve world poverty, to help human rights, to close down slums. What? I mean, what? And to end racism. Oh my God. So John 23rd is basically just spouting a bunch of woke bullshit as the CIA director's yelling in his face. I mean, there you go. Two bad guys. What does that tell you? John the 23rd insisted that he would be open to talking to anybody that would help him end racism, even the Soviets. This is so gay, dude. The only way to meet the challenge of communism was to confront it with reason and argumentation. Oh, yeah, right. Good luck with that. CIA Director McCone, unable to contain his anger, I had not come here to debate you. The CIA is going to tell you what to do. At that point, McCone returned, convinced that John the 23rd was too soft on communism. John the 23rd's not unexpected death rapidly progressed, so his cancer caused him to meet a very soon and interesting. Now, I don't know that this was, I'm not saying that it was an assassination, but it's interesting that John Paul I was definitely assassinated very quick when he fell afoul of these people and these individuals. And John the 23rd, according to Gordon Thomas, died pretty quick after telling off the CIA director. Interesting. We don't know. Was it? Who knows? But it's just an interesting series of events. And then, who becomes Pope? Well, the one who was really close to the CIA, Paul VI, Cardinal Montini, in 1963. 2 days after his inauguration, the Pope received JFK in his office privately. Outside, CIA Director John McCone strolled through the Vatican like a landowner who had returned home after a long absence. So, you think you're going to tell the CIA what to do, John the 23rd? Bye-bye, and we will put in our man, Paul VI. Now, isn't it interesting that when I brought this up the other day, some people were skeptical when I replied to Tom Woods? Remember this? Tom Woods couldn't believe, what? What are you talking about? Dyer, why would the Pope submit to international elites when the Pope has the same ideology? He doesn't need to submit. No, I'm talking about this stuff. This is why the Pope submits. He knows that if he doesn't, he might just meet a John Paul I or a John the 23rd quick end. And that doesn't mean that John the Paul I and John the 23rd are good people. Do you understand a bad guy can kill another bad guy, you dummies? I'm not calling my audience dumb. My audience is smart. I'm talking about the newbies that show up. What is this schizo shit? This schizo. I ain't never read a book, but he's a schizo. I don't read books. She's a schizo. Now, check this out. Somebody said, Grok, is what Dyer's saying true? Watch this. This was great. So, I said to Tom Woods, why would the popes take orders? I just read to you an example why the popes take orders from a historian, an intelligence historian. The same reason the Rothschilds were the papal bankers. The Vatican Bank was bailed out, bought out in Gladio. The CIA was involved in papal conclaves. Kissinger regularly met with Paul VI. And the PDF blackmail exists. Now, one swift young individual here, Epp, said, Grok, is this real? And then Grok says yes to everything but one. But the only reason he doesn't say yes to the bailout was because Grok doesn't know what's in the Paul Williams book. Some of these claims check out. The Rothschilds were the papal bankers. The Vatican bank scandals, Banco Ambrosio, involved in big payouts, but no confirmed buyout tied to Gladio. Oh, really, Grok? Let's see about that, because it just so turns out that there is a chapter on that. So at one point, the Vatican Bank was down like $1 billion. It was some crazy amount. I think it's $1 billion. Let's check that. Let's get a fact check. Oh man, the Rockefellers are mentioned in here a bunch. Okay, let's see 91. Let's try 91, 92. Maybe that's it. They had, by the way, a bunch of investments too. Remember, they were trying to invest and put money everywhere. They weren't just they weren't just storing the money, right? So what happens when these criminals get all this money is they take your money and then they try to bet and make money on it, right? This happened in the housing collapse. They were betting with everybody's money, and then when it all collapsed because their bets were bad bets, they then got the government to bail the banks out through the taxpayer money, which they had been using anyway. They were using private people's monies. They've been using their customers' monies to bet. And then when the housing market collapsed, they got everybody's tax money to bail them out. Let's see. Let's try 131, 132. I want to read you this because I want to, there's so much information in this book that it's hard to remember it all. So I want to refresh myself on exactly the money. Here it is. Augustin Pinochet and the bailout model. This is it, I think. The Banca Privata collapse. That's it. By the way, this happens under Paul VI, so in case you're wondering. Okay. Oh man, this is so complicated. Now, when you read a book like this, you understand why the FBI, when you watch a movie or something, like they have these giant boards with faces and charts and boxes and lines. It's like they're charting out, because what criminals do is they will concoct like really elaborate ways to hide money with shell companies that set up other shell companies, and it becomes this huge intentional labyrinth to confuse. And the criminals are doing that on purpose because they're smart. In fact, there was a genius engineer who engineered the Brazilian car wash scandal. If you never heard of that, look it up. It will show you what I'm talking about, because the entire government was structured under a giant control scheme that compromised all of the government, but it was so elaborate and it was ingenious that it took many, many years to figure out how they had set up the scam. And it turns out the CIA and the FBI figured out that it was a guy that they called the Sicilian. I don't even know if he was Sicilian. He could have been anything. Was basically a guy with a PhD in criminology who had he was like a mastermind evil genius, and he had constructed an almost indiscoverable, impenetrable criminal enterprise that corrupted the entire country. It was crazy. There's a documentary and a TV show on this. It's called the Brazilian car wash scandal. Now, that's an innocuous scandal, but it's a reference to the way that the whole organized crime structure fell. Was that it just so happened that one of the members of the criminal gang accidentally left a car at a car wash when they were doing something, and somebody found some of the information when they were cleaning the car, and this led to the whole thing collapsing. Anyway, it's a really famous case, but I'm still not finding the Rockefeller. There's a specific place where this book mentions the amount that the Vatican Bank and other connected banks in it, because all these banks are connected, right? So the Vatican Bank, the Bank of Ambrosia, all these different banks are all connected because they're all using the same funds and the same scams. And there's a specific amount. Let's see, page 136. It's also similar to the Franklin cover-up, too, by the way, which is fascinating. 196. Let's try that. Here we go. This is it. It's chapter 18, and it's the chapter called Blackfriars Bridge. This is where Roberto Calvi was hanging upside down in a Masonic pose. I'm being serious. So when Roberto Calvi was killed, he was hanging upside down in a tarot card Masonic pose. What's it called? Where the guy, is it just the death card? No, that's not the death card. What's the one where the guy's hanging upside down? Jamie? Hanged Man, that's it. Hanged Man pose. That's it. So if I recall, when Roberto Calvi was assassinated, he was found hanging upside down in that pose, and he'd been killed by, obviously, by the P2. I'll read this to you, and then you'll see where I'm getting this. The decision to kill Calvi was not taken lightly. The CIA had to resolve the Banco d'Ambrosio affair, providing Francesco Pazienza as the banker's new international consultant. The move displayed the agency's determination to resolve the Ambrosiano imbroglio, and few individuals are more vital of importance to Gladio than Pazienza. No one was more wired into the operation's power brokers. As a trained physician, Pazienza had abandoned his medical profession to serve as a Gladio operative. He was dispatched to serve SISMI, I think that's Italian military intelligence, and was assisted by a former NATO general, Santovito, Commander Secretary of State Alexander Haig, and former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. So these are the three people kind of running this operation here to get rid of Calvi, according to Williams. A leading member of P2, Kissinger regularly met with Licio Gelli, Pazienza is a leading member of P2, regularly meeting with Licio Gelli, who was the Masonic P2, basically running everything under Kissinger. He was later named as a co-conspirator in the Bologna bombing, which, as we pointed out, is a Gladio operation. Since 1978, he had been working closely with Henry Arson at Sitbom, arranging the sale of a fleet of warships to Saddam Hussein. Pazienza was also a man of honor with filial ties to Calo and Inzerillo, members of the Gambino family in the United States. By the way, this would all tie into John Gotti and Sammy the Bull too, by the way. That's why I should have asked him about this. I didn't think to. Thanks to the friendship with Michael Ledeen, Pazienza became deeply involved in U.S. political affairs, including the implementation of Billygate. This was a plot connecting President Jimmy Carter's brother with the Popular Front of the Liberation of Palestine, a group that sought the destruction of Israel and thus would tarnish the reputation of Carter. President Reagan was duly impressed with Pazienza's talents in the diplomatic interregnum created by Reagan's removal of Richard Gardner, blah, blah, blah. In 1981, Pazienza began to devise a plan to plug the gaping $1.75 billion hole in the Banco d'Ambrosio. It had been created by the loans to the Vatican's shell companies. Through his CIA contacts, he arranged for two American investors, presumably David Rockefeller and Robert Armayo, and three Saudi businessmen to pay two banks $1.2 billion to buy the 9 shell companies that now held 16% of the Banco d'Ambrosio's stock. For several months, the letter served to quiet the concerns of the shareholders. So they sent out this letter that, don't worry, funds are safe. Your funds are safe. That's an old Binance meme, if you don't know. When Pazienza gained the necessary backing for this plan, the bailout of $1.2 billion was in place. The group agreed to buy 16% of the Ambrosiano stock held by all the shell companies as equity. The investors intended to purchase more shares at an inflated rate from the interested sellers in order to obtain a 20% holding. This would grant them then ownership of one of Italy's most prestigious banks. The matter seemed settled. Roberto Calvi then sighed a sigh of relief. No one expected John Paul II's reaction. Pope John Paul II opposed this plan, not because he's a good person, but according to Pazienza, he said it was a pipe dream. He just didn't think it would work. In a 1986 interview with L'Espresso magazine, Pazienza said the Ambrosiano plan, in the eyes of the Pope, was to represent the modern secular arm of the church in the world. This new temporal power was seen as the penetration and control of financial and publishing activities, including the acquisition of Italy's leading daily newspaper. This would counterbalance the secular Marxist influences that were becoming ever popular and predominant in Italy. The Pope's belief that the church could weather this crisis and thus take ownership of Banco d'Ambrosio was reflected by the optimistic statements from Archbishop Marcinkus, another one of the criminals involved. In 1982, the storm clouds gathered around the Holy See. Marcinkus, in an interview with the Italian magazine, said, "Roberto Calvi merits our trust. We have no reason to doubt him. We have no intention to cede the Banco d'Ambrosio." And of course, it didn't work. Ambrosiano collapsed. I wonder if that means that they didn't buy it out. Because if it collapsed, then maybe they didn't sell it. I don't remember. On June 11th, while packing his bags, Roberto Calvi told his son, "I will reveal to you the things that were once known that will rock the Vatican. This will cause the Pope to resign." Interesting. Well, it didn't cause Pope John Paul II to resign, but what it showed, and Calvi was partly correct, what it did show was that all the decisions in Italy were made by Licio Gelli at the behest of Kissinger. That's according to Calvi and Williams here, right? And on page 231, about the Masonic symbolism of the death, Calvi's demise was suspicious. Members of the various Masonic lodges in Italy do wear black robes, and they call each other friars. Thus, the Black Friar is an Italian name for a Freemason. There's even a Black Friars Lodge called Lodge 3722 on the list of Masonic lodges in Italy. In fact, the masonry in the form of the brick, the form of the body was seen as significant as he was hung in the way that traitors should be roped down, according to Tarot. So the hanged man there. Now to go back to Gordon Thomas's History of the Mossad. After the death of John Paul John the 23rd, we got the Procea Paul the VI, and then we got under Nixon, the Holy See once again established its close connection to the CIA under Nixon in regard to the Vietnam War. All this Zvi Zamir had learned from his Washington Kotza. Kotzas are the people that aid Mossad and the CIA, or excuse me, the Mossad and Israelis and other countries. Or that's the operatives, I should say. The Sayanim are the ones that aid them. Kotzas are the operatives. Now, this brilliant sunny morning of January 10th, 1973, he and his two colleagues were driven to the Vatican. So this is the head of Mossad, I think, at the time. Driven to the Vatican to check the security arrangements for Golda Meir's visit to the Vatican. Zamir hoped it would result in Mossad taking the place of the CIA in the Vatican. So the Mossad wants to establish this key integral relationship with the Holy See. Waiting for them outside the Apostolic Palace as in Vatican security, a tall, pinch-faced man unlocked the form of the Vigilii, the Vatican security service. So wait a minute. Keep in mind, Pope Leo, Pope Francis, they don't want you to have guns. Oh, but the Vatican has Vigilii, its own security service, its own secret service, and they're armed. Interesting. By the way, Leo just said, have open borders. Oh, so the guy who lives in a palace in a city-state with his own secret service says that we shouldn't have self-defense and we should have open borders. I'm trying to make sense of the ethics of the Vatican here. Oh, you didn't see that? I mean, he says this like every day, so this is nothing new. Why should we have open borders? Because it's a missionary thing. A missionary thing. A missionary thing. What? Okay, when I see fentanyl tent cities in the Vatican, then I will believe that Leo and Francis and the goblins in Rome actually care about missionary work. Yeah, right. You should have open borders because of missionary work. Imagine believing this. Yeah, well, I mean, I know that there's the Swiss Guard, but I don't think this, I mean, maybe they have guns that are hidden or something, but I don't think they have, I mean, there's actual Secret Service that actually have guns, right? The Vigilii. Yeah, see these guys here? That you don't. Oh, look at that there. Oh yeah. So here's this guy. Look at this guy's just stacked to the brim with Secret Service. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 dudes just right there. I guarantee you they're all armed. But you shouldn't have guns. I mean, just like next level hypocrisy, dude. It's like, what? By the way, if you want to support the stream, you can do so through Super Chats. Super Chats is done through Streamlabs. It is pinned in the comments and in the show description. 14 men in black. They're called the Vigilii. That's the Pope's Secret Service. But you should have open borders and you shouldn't have guns, according to the guy with a palace with 14 Secret Service guys walking around him. Okay, so Zavi Zamir. Get this. This is great. This is so. I love the admissions, the honesty here. When he was taken into the Vatican, the first thing he did was look for places that he could bug the Holy See. This is 217, like the first thing right here. First thing I did, where can I bug the Vatican? Now, if you guys recall, this recently happened at the White House when they brought the Israeli dudes. And, turns out, I think, was it General Flynn or Roger Stone? Somebody talked about this the other day on Lord Voldemort. They were like, yeah, after the Israelis left, we found bugs in the White House. Shocker. I mean, it says it right here, right? Of course they're going to bug the Holy See. What are you talking about? So, this is during Golda Meir's visit to the Vatican and the Mossad with her, wanting to establish a relationship with okay, so main point I wanted to get to in all this was when John Paul II comes to power, turns out he is very closely allied with and very close friends with the Reagan-era neocon CIA. And that guy is William Casey. William Casey, the trad cat, who, what do you know? Fordham University. Anybody in the Orthodox world have any clue, any idea why Fordham might be relevant here? Oh, it's classic Jesuit CIA university. Now, John Paul II meets with William Casey all throughout his pontificate. In fact, Karol Wojtyła had reached out to reestablish the close ties between the CIA and the Vatican. In 1981, William Casey, CIA director, was amongst the first people John Paul II received in a private audience after being elected. Casey knelt before the charismatic Polish Pope and kissed the fisherman's ring. In every word and every gesture, the CIA director was a humble supplicant. Casey and the Pope would thus feed on each other, basically is what it says. And then it goes on to say, from the vantage point of the CIA, the Vatican was a perfect Cold War tool during this time. I'm going to read you this. Listen to this. Every Friday evening, the CIA station chief in Rome was brought to the Apostolic Palace to give to John Paul II the latest secrets obtained from the satellite surveillance and the electronic eavesdropping by the CIA field agents. No other foreign leader had access to the Pope like this. Every week. Papal diplomacy, which was the political core of the highly centralized Vatican bureaucracy, had more than at any time in its 500 years become deeply involved in international events. As a world leader, this involvement nearly cost the Pope his life when he was almost assassinated in 1981 by Ali Agca. And there's some really crazy, wild stuff about Ali Agca and his connection to the Turkish Grey Wolves, which is where the Turkish intelligence operatives, many of them were recruited out of the Wolves, which were organized crime. And he talks about Ali Agca being in the Grey Wolves on page 2. Or he talks about Ali Agca and these connections on 224, I should say. No, he mentions the Grey Wolves, actually. Agca had been a member of a terrorist organized crime group based in Turkey called the Grey Wolves. This was the guy that attempted to assassinate John Paul II, if you don't know. Anyway, that bolstered the idea of the Cold War because, of course, the CIA said Soviets are trying to... It's the Soviets. They're the ones that did it. Well, the next chapter is about the attempts to normalize relationships between the Mossad and Rome. In the wake of Golda Meir's unsuccessful attempts to establish diplomatic ties with the Vatican, Zvi Zamir established a permanent Mossad presence in Rome and tried to penetrate the Vatican. Working out of a building close to the Israeli embassy, the Katza tried to and failed to recruit priest informants. Most of what he learned was gossip overheard at bars and restaurants frequented by the Vatican staff. He achieved little more than enviously watching the CIA chief head into Rome every week on his Friday night briefings of the Pope. However, it doesn't remain this way. This chapter continues to stress how close John Paul II was to the CIA on a regular basis. This is mentioned throughout this chapter. I'm not going to keep repeating it. You get the idea, hopefully. If you want to check it, it's page 234. But the most interesting thing was that eventually I'll just read this. After this, by 1993, Nahum Admoni was no longer Mossad's chief. His successor, Shabbatai Shavit, continued the delicate process of trying to bring the Mossad closer to the Vatican. Part of that maneuvering was to show that the Pope, that both Israel and the PLO, this is when they were still battling with the PLO, had at long last a genuine interest in reaching some settlement, and they recognized a common threat of Islamic fundamentalism. John Paul II bore the physical scars of that through the Ali Agca event. However, Mossad had been busy on a continent where the Vatican pinned so many of its hopes for the future, Africa. From there, the Holy See one day expected to emerge a future black pope. So maybe who's that black dude that they all thought was trad, who's like actually just a Vatican II liberal? Who's the black? I forget his name. It was there that Mossad had already shown itself in the past master of the black art of playing off one intelligence agency against another to secure its own position. Now, that's not actually what I was looking for. There's a specific section where eventually it does mention the Vatican eventually does recognize Israel, I think. Don't they? Here it is. Oh, wait, here we go. Oh, okay. Yeah. So if you remember, John Paul II's BFF was Jersey Kluger, right? Which led, what's that woman's name? I forget her, but there's a book. I have the book. This is it. Hidden Pope. Darcy O'Brien. The untold story of the lifelong friendship that is changing the relationship between Catholics and Jews. And this is all about how no pope like John Paul II had ever done what he had done to rehab all this relationship between the Vatican and the Jews. The Mossad told John Paul II that the plot to kill him from Ali Agca actually originated in Iran. So Mossad's telling John Paul II that it's the Iranians that tried to assassinate you, and they use Ali Agca, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, he's in Turkey, and anyway. The knowledge would color John Paul's attitude towards Islam and Israel. I'm not sure what, I guess that means he's pro-Israel at this point. This gets into like John Paul trying to navigate between Israel and the PLO and Arafat and all this stuff. Anyway, I think what I'm looking for is here. It says the newspaper reports showed This is after the PLO had been involved in a terror event, April 12th, 1984. And I think Luigi Poggi, I think he's the Vatican ambassador or whatever. And then they invite the new head of the Mossad in the 1980s to the Vatican. That's it. And it says... in April 13, 1986, as a result of all of this, John Paul II did something that no pontiff had ever done. Can you guess what he did? He went to pray in the synagogue. He entered the synagogue of Rome and was embraced by the chief rabbi, each dressed in their regalia. The two men walked side by side to the platform together where the Torah was read. However, although this was a historic moment, it still did not achieve what Israel wanted, which was papal diplomatic recognition. That would come in 1993, when, despite continuing objections from Vatican hardliners, diplomatic ties with the Mossad were established. There we go. Now, where's any of the trad cats on this? What amazing tradcat hypocrisy to ignore all of this mainline history, as every day they shout Jew, 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 Jew incessantly, when their own Vatican recognized Israel. I think it's saying recognizes Israel in 1993. We'll fact check that. Let's get a fact check. I mean, this is what it sounds like Thomas is saying here. Or maybe it just means established diplomatic relations. Let's see. Yes, the Holy See officially recognized the State of Israel in 1993. So that occurred due to Mossad arranging Golda Meir's visit and so forth, and leaking the info that Iran planned the assassination of John Paul II by Ali Agca. Now, who knows if any of that's true? But the main point is that the purpose of it worked. The purpose of all that was to get John Paul II to go to the synagogue in Rome to show that they worship the same God. I don't know what the purpose of it. It's a big PR stunt, like the CIA getting John Paul II to go and it's in the John Kaler book. John Paul II had this famous photo that helped end the Cold War. In fact, Brian Halsworth even made a video like talking about how awesome it was. It's like, dude, you dummy. Like, John Paul II is not ending the Cold War and defeating the communists through a awesome staged photo op. He's doing it at the best of the CIA, you goobus. Goobus. That's goofer and goofus. Together, it's my new term. It's a goobus. Brian Holdsworth is a goobus. It's a goofy goober who's also a goofus. A goobus. How do we prove the Cappadocians taught hypostatic properties? The theological orations, and then you need to read also not just the 5 famous theological orations, but I think it's oration like 23 all the way up to like 28 of Gregory Nazianzus. So those are great. Those are some of the easiest ways to show it. But also, I mean, Dr. Bo Branson's talks, because he's going to go through the whole idea of the Father as the arche, cause, fount, etc. What was I looking up? Oh, John Paul II Cold War photo op. Now I've forgotten which photo it is. Is it the photo with the Black Madonna? I don't have the John Kaler book here with me, but there's some famous photo of John Paul II that has to do with... Maybe we should just look up Brian Holsworth's video because he talks about it. He might not mention the actual photo, though. I don't know. Does anybody remember the actual photo? We talked about it when I covered the John Kaler book. I always like to source everything. How about if I just tell you what book talks about it and you can go read the book? It's John Kaler's book, KGB and the Vatican. Spies in the Vatican, this is it. John Kaler. So it has a whole chapter on, and he's he's writing from the vantage point of the CIA. He's a CIA Roman Catholic saying, oh yeah, of course, John Paul II did what we wanted. We helped, he helped us win the Cold War. He's awesome, right? And by the way, have you noticed that's another reason why John Paul II is John Paul the Great? Why is he a saint? Well, it doesn't actually have anything to do with his holiness. It's actually a question of that he served his role in the Cold War very well, and he was rewarded with being the great. TL Chicote, $5. Thank you for all this great info, as well as for calling out trads and the cafeteria Catholics for what they being Catholic, for actually being cafeteria Catholics. Yeah, exactly. Trad Catholicism is actually just cafeteria Catholicism. Now, they think they're a lot more serious and devoted and committed, but they're no different than the normal Novus Ordo cafeteria Catholics who pick and choose what they want, because the Roman Catholic whole system is about picking and choosing what you want. You're forced to pick and choose. Schlinky, $2. Thank you for everything you do, Jay. Thank you. Ghost, $5. Jay, I went to Orthodox Church for the first time. It was my first time in a church. Oh, wow, that's great. Amazing. I had a great experience. Good. I wanted to thank you for pushing me that way. Man, that's great to hear. That's actually probably better off. You're actually in a better position if you're just fresh, because then you don't come with all this like Protestant or Roman Catholic baggage. It'll be easier for you. Probably. Austin Alvarez, $5. As if there wasn't enough reason to reject the papacy based on historical and theological positions, now the corruption runs deep. Yeah, that's the point here. It's not just a question of theology nerd stuff. That's what I thought when I was a naive young man. No, it turns out when you see Leo the 14th urging European institutions to promote a healthy secularism, what the heck does that even mean? Just nonsense. There's no such thing as healthy secularism. What? Now, guess what the Trad Cat said when I posted this? Where is that article? I can't even find it. It doesn't even exist. Kid you not. I'm like, doesn't exist. Dude, what? I found it within 5 seconds. Right? What are you talking about? I mean, just lie. Just straight up lie. It's the first freaking link that comes up. What are you talking about? I can't find that article. It's the first one that comes up. What are you talking about? By the way, I like to sometimes bait the Roman Catholics, because what I'll do is, it's funny to do this. You can put up like a screenshot, and then they'll act like it doesn't exist or you can't find it, so that you can then bait them into saying it's not real, and then you go get the real article, which just shows like, dude, there's infinity cope. It's infinity cope. So sometimes you can bait them into this by doing little tricks like this, and they'll always fall for it. No, that's not a real article. I can't find it. It's the first one that comes up. You didn't even try to find it. The same thing happened with another post. I put up this guy, and I kid you not, the Roman Catholics said, "Oh, you're lying. He's actually a Latin Mass trad Catholic." What? What are you talking about? They said I made this up. It's in your frickin' main line. Dude, LifeSite is mainline Roman Catholic shit. That is not made up. It's mainline stuff. They said, oh, he's not actually a lib. No, he's actually a Latin Mass proponent. Archbishop Bernard Longley, the controversial Soho LGBT Mass guy. He's the one that did the LGBT Mass. And they're saying he's a trad cat Latin. They're just liars, dude. You guys are liars. And now I like that everybody sees that you lie. Just outright lies. He's a Latin Mass trad cat. He's not even pro-gay. What are you talking about? Also, reminder, although we are not getting into this today because I did a whole live stream on this a couple weeks ago, I want to remind you, which is absolutely directly tied into what we talked about for the last 3 hours today, all of what we said is exactly why the Vatican II documents teach Fabian socialism. Well, I thought they were fighting the Cold War against the commies. The CIA is not a conservative right-wing organization. The CIA is a Fabian socialist organization created by and headed up by originally Fabian socialists. The OSS heads were Fabian socialists openly. They were against NKVD Sovietism. They're not capitalists who were against communism. They're Fabians who are opposed to Sovietism. That's why Gaudium et Spes teaches Marxism-socialism. And if you don't believe me, we literally go through in 40 minutes the proof. And I didn't even know, there's other sections I didn't even know about. In fact, Gaudium et Spes even says open borders migration. I didn't even know it was in there. Somebody in the comments pointed it out to me. So I didn't even get all of the proofs. Why would that be? Because this further demonstrates my point that Vatican II especially proves and shows that the Vatican is subservient to geopolitical powers and interests. CIA, Rockefellers, Jewish interests. They even brag about it in their Look magazine. To change the theology and the doctrine to be ecumenist, Americanist, and whatever else nonsense. Openly. And all these books show that. And there's the link. You can go, if you want to see all the information on Gaudium et Spes, there it is. So I put this up because I knew they would say, that's not real. So you put up a screenshot of Leo promoting the LGBT bishop. They'll sit there and deny it. And then you put the actual article that show that they're dishonest. It works every time. Now, you got to make sure that your screenshot is real, that there really is an article. So don't fall for somebody else's trick if there's not a real article. But I also wanted to mention this because now we understand why he would bless an ice cube. He's not blessing an ice cube because we believe in blessing every object. This is a climate change event, you goofus. You goobus. It's not him blessing water like the blessing of the waters in Orthodoxy. He's promoting and participating in a climate change event where Arnold Schwarzenegger got up and talked about how they lie and propagandize in this event. Oh, you didn't hear that? Allow me to play it for you. It was awesome. The Pope invites Arnold, this ridiculous Hollywood goblin, to come explain how they convinced everybody of this scam through pulling on heartstrings through using kids.
When we started our environmental movement in California, when I became governor, people were not behind us. I said to myself, why is that? We're talking about climate change. Yeah.
This is the event with the ice cube, you idiot.
20% of the people said, yeah, this is kind of dangerous. Well, you need more than 50%, right, to get anything done. So we talked then about the rising sea level. Nothing. The needle didn't move. We talked about the glaciers melting, the ice is melting, the polar bear is in danger. No matter what we said, it didn't move the needle, nothing happened. But then
Have your freedoms.
the American Lung Association sent us a television commercial, little commercial that showed a kid, a little tiny kid, trying to inhale almost was impossible, and then this child faded. We don't know what happened. Did it die? Did it pass out? Or whatever. That little spot we put right away on television. And all of a sudden, everyone got interested, and we had 62% of the people behind us.
In other words, we use the kid and we trick the retards. Everyone is a retard and we use the kid. This was the way. Eyes to see you. The people are retarded. We use a kid. Don't use logic and the facts. So, all of these idiot tradcats filling up the comments because one of my posts on this actually went kind of viral, right? So the one that I said, time for orthodoxy, it got like 150,000 views or more. I mean, mini viral, not super viral. And so reading all the people objecting to it, it's like they don't even realize that climate change is a scam. They actually think that the Pope is trying to save the world from climate change. And Arnold is telling the truth, right? Helping us here. So I had to remind them, and not just them, also people in our sphere, that climate change is a PR rebranding of global warming. And prior to that, it was the coming ice age. And prior to that, it was acid rain and the hole in the ozone, all this stuff over the decades. All these are Malthusian scams, and they're invented by the Club of Rome in their think tank document called First Global Revolution. This is from that book. The common enemy of humanity is man. The environmental movement is a Malthusian movement. Now, maybe originally there was some sincere people, but now it's that. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, threat of global warming, etc. would fit the bill. There you go. What's the Club of Rome? Were you conspiracy theorists? Now, to also make this applicable to Orthodox, unfortunately, the EP is as bad as Rome in many ways. I am not going to repeat this 2+ hour stream that I did 7 years ago. You can go watch this stream right here, critiquing the EP. In his, he literally wrote a book with the Clintons on the green agenda. So, like, he's identically the same. Okay. There's this one. It's called The Spooky Subversion of Orthodoxy. And there's another one. Oh, what did I name it? Actually, there's two. Here we go. Patriarch of Constantinople and the Ukrainian Schism, right here. Also, like 7 or 8 years ago. By the way, I've been vindicated on all this. You understand that all the stuff, when I said this 7, 8, 9 years ago, everybody, even a massive amount of the Orthodox world, called me every name in the book. Crazy, conspiracy theorists. I was evil. I was the worst person for talking about this. Okay? Who has been vindicated? Now, have any of these priests, bishops, or people, have any of them apologized, said I was right? No. No. I mean, not in these other jurisdictions. I mean, people in ROCOR have been receptive. Have any of the other ones? No. No. Even though everything I said is correct, even though everything I said about Ukraine, all that's correct, I'm still bad. And this is when the OCA went after me. They started coming after me after this, you see. See that? So there's also this one. CIA's man in Constantinople. When this came out in the American Conservative, all the stuff that I've been saying for 8 years. And then we get a guy writing about, I'm not knocking the guy, I'm saying the guy writes about it last year in the American Conservative, mainline right-wing magazines. Oh, you mean all the stuff that I said for the last 8 years that made me a bad man in the Orthodox world? And all of you naive people who just believed all your normie docs about how bad I was. Oh, and then the coof happens, and I oppose all that. Oh, he's even worse. Oh, he's the worst person ever. So you understand all of the reasons why people in the OCA and these people, like, why I'm bad? It's this stuff. It's because I talk about this, and I was right about stabbies and coof, and that was a whole nother series of years of why I was bad, and they just lied. They lied and said I didn't have a church. They lied and said I don't go to church, that I just made all this up. They just lie. And they're no different than the trad cats. I would say about half of the Orthodox world is good. And about half of them are mentally insane, unstable, and crazy, and evil. So it's half and half. Wheat and chaff. Now, none of them, but here's the weird part. Nobody will just say, yeah, you were actually correct. They just double down and still say that I'm evil, even though I was right about everything. And the bad news is that the reason for that is that a lot of the stuff that we've talked about today, obviously the Orthodox Church is not immune to this. The EP and many people in GoArk, many of the priests, many of those people, they are all so compromised. I mean, you've got like Orthodox bishops like Bishop Gallitzin who openly say Origen is a saint, which is totally heterodox. Like, what? What are you talking about? And then his priests underneath him attack me. There was one doing it yesterday. And it's like, dude, how are you attacking me when your bishop says Origen is a saint? Like, I think you got bigger problems than me. No, but you see, I'm the problem because I'm not an ecumenist. I don't do what these random ass people tell me to do. Anyway, Troorthodox. What corrupts more deeply? Elite manipulation by institutional capture, you're saying, or individual choice in rejecting the truth? I think both things happen, but individual choice happens at a smaller level, right? Institutional corruption happens because power elites, power players work to compromise powerful, influential people. So if you are, here is your OCA Diocese of the South. This is the guy who sends priests to come after me, attacks. He won't do it himself. He just sends other priests and people to attack me. He's done it for years. Here's him.
Lunch was from Origen of Alexandria, the great, very great patristic writer. He was not appreciated. 300 years later, they condemned him as a heretic after he had died in the peace of the church, 300 years, which was wrong. But he was still a saint.
So there you go. So your OCA bishops tell you that Origen's a saint, a man who was a universalist, anti-Trinitarian, who castrated himself. And I've also been told by reliable people that your Bishop Gallitzin here is a fan of the Democratic Socialists of America. So you have a socialist, Democratic Socialist bishop, but I'm a bad guy. So you see how this works? And then all the minions of these people who just bark and chirp and repeat. How dare you speak of a bishop this way? How dare you? He is a bishop. It doesn't matter what his office is if he's saying like outright crazy stuff. It doesn't matter. No, he didn't misspeak. I've met him and I've had lunch with him. I've talked to him extensively. It's not, it's accidental. He just slipped up. No, he's totally a lib. But I mean, why are you guys surprised? Like, this is the way that churches are controlled, is that compromised people are put into positions like that on purpose. This is not rocket science, dudes. This is like simple stuff. Yeah, so here it comes. And the other thing that's weird about this kind of stuff is, like, if you talk about this, the immediate reaction is that people will talk about how bad you are. No, you're evil. You're evil for talking about it. Remember Roots of Orthodoxy. I went in the comments and pointed out that the guy is a fraud. Like, he openly lied. He admitted he lied. He's not a catechumen. He told all the priests to come on his channel that he's a catechumen. He's not. He's Roman Catholic. As he was putting out all this Orthodox material on a channel that says it's Eastern Orthodox, he's also producing all of Voice of Reason's anti-Orthodox content. Still claims it's an Orthodox channel as a Uniate Roman Catholic. And he's making all that money from his channel, grifting. But all the people in the comments said, I'm bad for calling that out. That's how crazy this stuff is. What? What are you trying to say, sir? I do not understand you. Brother, what are you saying, brother? Anyway, I've never set foot in an OCA church since that time. Except for a funeral, which was not an OCA funeral. It was one of our parishioners passed away, so we had to have it at... Yeah, if you talk about this, you're bad. It's bad for you to bring it up. How dare you? And they'll pull rank on you and gaslight you. That's just a tactic, right? Vincent, $5. Hey, look up Brian Harpel. He's Charlie Kirk security. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Barrett, $10. I'm Orthodox catechumen. Please bully me that I ever considered Latin papalism. Hey, look, it's not your fault if you got duped by quote mines and tricks. It duped me. In 2003, I started reading the Papal Apologists. I thought, hey, that's a lot of evidence for the papacy. But you have to be precise. Because I've noticed, especially since the Tim Gordon debate, you guys remember how that was framed? It was, is there evidence for the papacy? Well, what are you talking about? I mean, there's the Orthodox conception of the papacy, sure. But you notice the bait and switch word concept trickery there? Oh, is there evidence for the papacy? And if I say, well, yeah. Oh, see, but we got Dyer. He mentioned the papacy. The question is, the Vatican I conception of the papacy, is there evidence for that in the first 1,000 years? That's the real debate. But they like to, voice of prison, they like to, voice of sleazen. Oh, did you like the cookie? I like to bite a cookie. I also like to bite your booty. He talks like TikTok of Oz. And by the way, isn't it funny that when all of his scandal came out, what was the first thing all the Roman Catholics said? You gotta forgive him. You gotta forgive him. Don't be a Pharisee. Don't be self-righteous. Dude, if anything half like as insane as that came out about me, they would be calling for my death, dude. They'd be like, it's justified to kill Dyer. It's justified to kill him. Like, it's so crazy, dude. They're like the biggest hypocrites out, man. Dyer should be hung unstrung. He should be drawn and quartered. But if it's voice of sleazen, oh, you gotta forgive him, dude. He publicly apologized, bro. Voice of Diddy. By the way, you notice he would never debate me. I asked multiple times, multiple people, sent multiple DMs. Never got anything back. Not even. In fact, one guy that was trying to mediate between me and Voice of Reason, right? I forget who he was. Some dude on Twitter. He's like, oh, yeah, I know VOR. He's like, do you want me to try to set up a debate between you and VOR? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. So he's like, okay, yeah, I'm DMing him. And then out of nowhere, goes quiet. The guy never replies. In fact, I even say, hey, what's up? Where's that debate? No reply. Ghosted me. So And by the way, that was right before all the stuff came out. So he ghosted me because all that crap came out, or he ghosted me because Voice of Reason was like, no, I'll never debate that dude. But I mean, did you notice? I mean, just how arrogant and just ridiculous he was in the Ubi debate, right? And Ubi makes like one joke, and the room goes, oh, look how mean Ubi. Like, oh, it's the end of the world. Ubi makes one sass comment to Voice of Reason, and oh my gosh, he's so evil. Look at the arrogance of Ubi Petrus. Oh, he can't debate. It's just crazy. I mean, they're the biggest crybullies. That's what it is. Crybully. Bobby C, $5. He was at my parish to raise a new priest. Ask him why Origin's a saint. Barrett, or excuse me, no one became a member. What's up, dude? Voice of Muhammad. That's funny. Yeah, nobody exemplifies the cry out as they strike you worse than Roman Catholics. They're worse than the Middle Eastern people. JB Peltier, $2. Voice of Reason is a tool. I mean, I didn't think Ubi didn't do bad in that debate. I mean, I think every debate you look back and you think I could have done better. But if the debate was about, how was that debate framed? I'm trying to remember. It was like something like, is the Catholic Church, is the Orthodox Church the Catholic Church, something like that. Like for Ubi to say, yeah, but what about in your position? And then him just be like, this isn't a debate about my position. This is a debate about your position. Like what? I mean, did you not notice when Voice of Reason was debating Luigi that he would hit mute and he had headphones and like he was talking to somebody who was calling him. You can see him like either he's typing to somebody or he's talking to Ibarra or Lofton. That's how the people are pathetic. They're pathetic, dude. They're pitiful, man. You can see it. He goes silent, but he's like, who are you talking to, dude? What? It's not your time to talk. Well, he's getting answers from his goblin crew, obviously. And by the way, I didn't even realize when I was debating Liquid Zulu, he was doing the same thing until somebody pointed it out the other day. I was like, I'll be damned, he is doing that. I'm debating Google, right? By the way, so you yourself, the libertarian comments underneath this debate, they're a riot, dude. Like, they don't know anything. They don't know what metaphysics is. They have no idea what epistemology. They don't know what it means to justify a position. Like, one guy was like, Liquid Zulu justified his position. It's called an opening statement. They think just saying your position is justifying the position. It's crazy, dude. They don't know anything. One guy was like, libertarianism is not metaphysical. It has nothing to do with metaphysics. Dude, the NAP is an ought. And one guy said language is an ought. I'm like, well, these are just insanely stupid people, man. What the heck? Why are you even trying to debate, man? But like, rewatching a little bit of this, I was like, oh, he's just Googling stuff. He's just like live time Google debate. It's crazy. And all of his crew is like, oh, you got owned, dude. You got owned, dude. He butt blasted you, dude. You got owned, dude. You got destroyed. Dude is sitting there sipping his Four Loko, burping half of the stream. Freaking burping, being quiet, saying, I don't have to answer that. What idiot would think that drinking Four Locos and burping half of the stream is owning and winning a debate? So I just left. Oh, he rage quit. He rage quit. It's like when Adam Kokesh was freaking eating ramen noodles in our debate. I'm like, why are you eating? First of all, ramen noodles? That's your meal? What the hell's wrong with you, dude? Remember that? This was the first debate. First public debate. Look, he's freaking eating ramen noodles. Like, why are you eating ramen noodles in a debate, you idiot? Am I not? I've been reading all the super chats from YouTube. Relax, dude. I'm going to read your super chat. Ignacio, $5. There's a Chilean Orthodox priest. He's an apologist. He speaks Spanish. The Catholic responds to his videos with the same stuff. He's mean. He's rude. They're just being... That's all they have, dude. I mean, the Roman Catholics are at that point. Like, there's no answers to any of the positions. They don't even care anymore. That's what's wild is, like, they don't care about answering any of the arguments anymore. They basically just quit. Now all they do is just say that I'm bad. I mean, that's it. Oh, he's a piece of shit. That's it. That's all they do, literally. Like, if my name comes up, they just say he's bad. And then they move on. They don't even care about unum sanctum. And like they put aside all the pretenses, which is actually good because this is a step towards total victory. Because if they still thought that they had some arguments, they would be giving them. Now they're just like, nah, just screw him. Now we just hate him. It sucks. What about the arguments? He sucks. Yeah, but what about, it doesn't matter. He sucks. He's bad. They don't care anymore, which is a good sign. Because that means that they're at the point where they're giving up on actually addressing or arguing any of the points. Because it's not working to use the old tried and true tricks. Yes, I've debated Trent Horn. It's not infallible. People are realizing, like, you just pull the not infallible card whenever it doesn't work for you. And then it's infallible when you want it. People are figuring this out, that you're the same as Protestants. You just have more boring books than Protestants. Instead of the Bible and picking and choosing which ones work for me at what time, you got 10,000 more papal documents, which are 10,000 times more boring. So you're actually worse than a Protestant in that regard, because you got to sift through tens of thousands of pages of papal documents. Yeah, but what about Adam Kokesh's ramen noodle? I'm like, dude, what are you slurping ramen noodles before a debate? This was the first debate, by the way. This was even pre-JF. JB Peltier, $10. The truth of the heterodox is at the forefront now. I basically have Protestant friends straight up rejecting all the first century because it's not about the facts. Yeah. That's actually good, though. So don't be upset when you see people resorting to, you know what? I don't care about the theology. I hate you. That means we're making progress. I'm being serious. Because they're just emotionally reacting, and it's like the last resort to where they've given up on intellectual responses. I mean, when was the last time you saw Matt Fred, even Trent? I haven't kept up with these people. Brian Holdsworth, Lofton, any of them actually try to give like what we did tonight. I mean, I know we were not talking mainly about theology, but I mean, we spent the first hour in history and theology. When was the last time any of the Roman Catholic goobers out here actually put hours into detailed public refutation of positions? I mean, maybe some of them have, and I just haven't kept up. Let's see what Matt Frad's been doing. Are we getting deep theological meat over here? Is the university system dead? Catholicism is the new punk rock. So, no. Basically, we're getting just low-tier mush. The Latin Mass isn't going away, even though the papacy is actively banning it. Michael Knowles. Dating. Internet. So, we got to go back 1 month to Scott Hahn talking about the apocalypse. Okay, so basically mush for the last month. Let's see what Lofton up to, dog.
So welcome back.
Well, here's at least a theology debate. Is Jesus God? But by the way, did you see he brought on Jake the Muslim metaphysician? So he'll bring on the enemies of Christ before anybody else, of course. Let's see, what's Lofton talking about here? Benedict or Leo, Vatican drama, ice blessings, the Pope and Arnold. I don't know if I would call this meat or anything substantial. Looks like a lot of low tier like drama. And now he's having to resort to debates because nobody cares about his dumbass takes on everything. Okay, who else is left? At least Trent's probably doing some kind of something. Refuting Redeemed Zoomer. Sin. Sex questions. Cancel culture. Should we hate people? It doesn't really look like anything very meaty or substantial. Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro. So basically they're retreating to culture war because they've lost the theology debates. This is what I'm assessing here. Hey, forget all the theology. We don't win that domain. Plus all the money and the clicks are in the culture war stuff anyway. So that's where they're at. Who's left? Who else is there? Tim, let's see what Tim's talking about. He's probably talking about Vatican drama.
Welcome to Rules for Retro.
You don't really get much theology over here because, of course, God's glory is created, according to Tim Gordon. But I bet we get Vatican drama, soap opera in Rome. What do we got? Culture war, culture war, culture war, culture war, culture war, exorcism, drama, culture war. So they're giving up on theology, looks like to me. I don't care that Wagner made a video. I don't care. What am I? Oh no, a video. I mean, if you don't find all the stuff that I've talked about convincing, and you want to be a Roman Catholic, as I've told you guys, like, I'm done, dude. Have fun with that. If you want to be a Roman Catholic and you find the idiotic, Thomistic, created grace position good, then I actually think we don't want you in Orthodoxy. I hope that you don't become Orthodox. We don't want people trying to make Orthodoxy Thomist. So you should be kept out. We don't want you. Elias, shared on $5. Jay, do you have any specific recommendations on Lions in Florence? Yes, the Ostromov book is a classic. Council of Florence, Ostromov. Yeah, but Wagner isn't I just say go watch Dr. Bo Branson, because everything that I say is what I've actually read extensively in the Cappadocians. And what Wagner does is quote mine the Cappadocians to try to prove Roman Catholicism. And if you actually read the Cappadocians, you don't have to read very far. They teach the essence-centered distinction. They teach hypostatic properties. They teach the Father as the sole arche. They don't teach the Thomistic nonsense that he does as a revisionist. And again, go be with those guys. Go be a Roman Catholic. Go be gay. And go away. And by the way, I've asked Wagner multiple times to debate since in the last, say, 6 months. At least 2 or 3 times. And he says, I can't debate. I'm not debating. I'm not a debater. Make a video responding to me. I'm not going to make videos. No. I've asked multiple times, let's have a debate. He's not interested. So there's no point at this point, unless you're just brand new to all this material, that you would even consider a Roman Catholic option unless I don't know. I mean, I just be gay, dude. Just go be gay. Like, no one is stopping you from joining the Skittles Church. Go do it. And we would not want people wanting to make Orthodoxy Thomistic. I mean, they want theophanies to be creatures. They think God has created attributes. It's just stupid. They say we're idolaters when they say that God's glory is a creature. Like, it's so stupid, man. I mean, you're talking to people who, by the way, the other thing is that they're not interested in our positions. I've given Tim Gordon the same book recommendations for 5 years. He read 0 of them. That tells me that he's not interested. I've given Wagner book recommendations. He has read exactly 0 of the recommendations that I give. Why would I give attention, traction, clicks, and all of that when a person is not interested in understanding the position? It's just polemics and clicks. There's no point. There is no way to get into Orthodox theology without doing the reading. Who's another one? So they're just retreating the culture war. They're giving up on theology because they've lost all the theology domain. Who else is there? Matt Fradd, Trent Horn, Gordon. Brian's he doesn't even really do apologetics though. Like, his style of, look, should we listen to death metal? Like, should Christians listen to culture war, Eucharist, culture war, ethics, culture war? Well, what I'm noticing though is culture war, orthodoxy, culture war. So a lot of this appeals in mass, and because it's low tier. I tried to get Joel Heschmeyer to come debate. You understand, a lot of these people will not debate. And what they say is, oh, Dyer won't debate because he won't come on a Catholic channel to debate. Even though for many of these people I've offered and tried to find some neutral thing. And really they're not interested in debating. And so that becomes the excuse that, well, he's a bad actor, so I don't have to debate him. He's mean, and also he won't debate on a Catholic channel, which is not true. It's just that I've said I'll debate on a big Catholic channel, but they won't have me on. Matt Fradd has said I'll never have him on. So these people are absolutely terrified of actual real debate and confrontation, because when I debated Trent Horn, it didn't go good for Trent. And everybody knows it. Because Trent made basic blunders. He thinks the Trinity is in the Old Testament, like just crazy shit. Justin, did you see that Goark priest Elias Vilas accepts blessings and laying on of hands by a rabbi? I did see that. But, like, why are we surprised? They're ecumenists. What do you expect? None of that surprises me. All right, guys, we do have a show sponsor, and we got super chats I got to read. So, let me play this ad. We do have show sponsor, and then we will read. I got to go TT. Got Tankle, and then we will read the super chats.
I want to show off something that we're all proud of. I got a browser here. This is Jay Dyer's much vaunted, much sought after Philosophy 101. Now, he just got this page up. We are just testing it out. You guys are some of the first people in the world to see it. I want to say, for my part, it's not Philosophy 101. I think this is a mistitling. I really think of it as like Philosophy Unleashed. Because a Philosophy 101 course, they give you kind of some useless information that you can't make sense of. Jay actually lays out over 12 weeks, dozens and dozens of hours put into just the presentation of this, let alone the hundreds and thousands of hours of research that it takes to have a coherent evolution and history of the origins of philosophy, the uses of philosophy, the different ways to look at it over time, and how that has been brought about to what we have today which is almost an absence of philosophy on the objective logic and reason side, and an overabundance of woke philosophy that is irrational, is made up day by day as people are like, I think we should bring racism back. And then here's a justification. And then it gets wokeified and spread out. And then all of a sudden you have a bunch of communist, socialist ideas where you become the property in action. You need to be able to stand your own ground. It helps to have a foundation in philosophy because it's a method to find truth. When you get down to it, philosophy is there because you love truth enough to go and learn how to find it because it's valuable. So if you're interested in things like that, there is the landing page. We'll link it up in the notes. It is a longer one, so we'll get a shorter URL for this. I'm sure Jay has a link on his page. I just wanted to show it off. Now you know it exists. You can go look for it and see why this is not your father's philosophy, right? So well done. I'm proud of everyone who helped to produce and edit the course. And of course, Jay did a flawless job in presenting the course over those 12 weeks. And he's a juggernaut. He's another guy, just like John Bush, in action all the time, doing something productive, like very little wasted time in his week. Those 168 hours of being harnessed very well. I want to show off something that we're all proud of. I got a browser here. This is Jay Dyer's much vaunted, much sought after Philosophy 101. Now, he just got this page up. We are just testing it out. You guys are some of the first people in the world to see it. I want to say, for my part, it's not Philosophy 101. I think this is a mistitling.
I'm going to put you on something crazy real quick. Most of these Zoomer gym bros are consuming macro-guzzling synthetic dyes and synthetic sweeteners on the daily. They don't even know it. Goofy AF. There's nothing great about that. Do not listen any further unless you are an alpha or sigma male. This is important and there could be consequences. There's a new certified sigma male pre-workout powder for sigmas only. It is guaranteed to empower you to dominate your co-workers, fire your boss, aggressively gamble, or invade a small village. Chad Mode stands out from the crowd by excluding artificial flavors, preservatives, sweeteners, and dyes. We've even avoided so-called natural flavors, which are actually not natural at all, ensuring a clean and effective formula. Experience the pure goodness of Chad Mode, colored with organic blue spirulina extract, organic lemon, cherry, and organic maple crystals. Forget synthetic caffeine made in a sketchy Chinese lab. Embrace the natural power of organic green coffee bean extract, which will get your mind going and pump you up to the max. Chad Mode is made in America with all clean ingredients, the first clean pre-workout of its kind. Why are these people adding synthetic sweeteners to every single pre-workout when there are many studied downsides to consuming nasty fake sucralose? Each dose of Chad Mode contains the kick of a cup and a half of coffee, delivering a surge of energy alongside essential vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and herbal extracts. Chad Mode will allow you to fire your boss and dominate anyone who opposes you. Chad Mode will make you more dominant in your daily life, so proceed with caution. It's as simple as mixing 1 or 2 scoops of our fine powder into water or juice, providing you with a delicious, energizing beverage featuring a burst of sweet organic fruit flavor. Chad Mode will give you the extra edge you desperately crave. Don't miss out. Secure your supply of Chad Mode on TikTok Shop with a limited time massive discount. Elevate your workouts and supercharge your days. Chad Mode, not for your average gym bro zoomer who consumes synthetic blue dyes on the daily. Buy on the TikTok Shop now with a massive discount provided by TikTok for a very limited time. Buy now while this is still available, or go to chalk.com and use code in caption. Chad Mode has been flying off the shelves because it's the first of its kind, certified for alpha males only.
Joel, $5. It's been a while. I want to give more money. I bought my first house with my wife and our 1-year-old son. I hope all is going well with you and your family. Well, thank you. Yes, things are going well. Appreciate that. I don't know if you guys saw good old Biddy, our buddy Biddy. Y'all see him? He went to 125 last night. So, yeah, absolutely. Told you guys we would be headed that way in the bull market. I'm expecting, no guarantees, 150 to 200 at least, probably. Good chance. Now, we might not get there. We might enter into a bear market, but eventually, not only will we hit 150, 200, we will go to 500 and a million. No, presuppositionalism isn't necessarily tied to Reformed theology. Jack, have you thought about selling merch? Yeah, we just haven't got around to it yet. If you are interested in merch, though, you can go to my website, and we do have in the shop my books. And, of course, we're about 12 days out from Esther Hollywood 3, according to the printer. But you can get signed copies in the shop right here. And, yes, everything that you buy book-wise is signed. So you don't have to tell me to sign it, because every time people buy books, they say, can I get this signed? The whole purpose of buying it from the website is to get them signed. They're all signed. Now, if you want it specific, sign this to my mom, Beeble Bobble. Yes. Then you have to tell me what to sign. No, I don't have to have Reformed epistemology to believe in transcendental argumentation. It's just simply not true. So, we've done countless podcasts addressing that over the last 10 years. So you're just rehashing all the stuff that we talked about for years. BTC price, doing very well. If you're interested in Bitcoin, you can get started with Bitcoin through Swan Bitcoin. My referral link is in the show description. I'm not a registered financial advisor, but I believe that Bitcoin is ethical money. It is the future of money, and it is already way beyond our expectations in terms of when I started in 2017 with Bitcoin. Here we are at 125, and I'm sure we'll be at 150 very soon. I don't know when, but if you would like to get started, you can use my referral link right there to, oh, that's not it. That's the super chat. Swan Bitcoin right here is a Bitcoin only company. So when you purchase Bitcoin with Swan, the expectation is that you would transfer it eventually to your cold storage wallet. But you can now also sell, I think, on Swan. So Swan has introduced the sell feature as well. So there you go. Now, I don't typically do altcoin stuff. I don't care if you want to do it. You're free to make your decisions. If you want to gamble, that's essentially what altcoins are. I will say, though, that if a person would like to donate or support through any of the other coins, you can support the work through the other coins. For example, I do have in the shop now the option you can purchase with crypto. I think it takes 10 different ones. I'm going to convert that into Bitcoin, so I'm just letting you know. But because there are a lot of people who say, hey, I've got a bunch of, Solana, can I pay you in this or whatever? Yes, you can, depending upon which coin. If you'd like me to give you those addresses, I can just request it. But Solana did make it easy. And so if you did want to support me with Solana, you just hit at jaysanalysis.skr. And you can, from not every Solana wallet, but from most Solana wallets, you can just send to jaysanalysis.skr. I will put it into Bitcoin, but pretty much most of them, I do have like the coin, like the base wallet. So like most cryptos can be received in the base wallet. So I don't disagree with Eliakim in Isaiah having a reference to Peter, but the obvious fulfillment is Christ. So Christ is the true householder, the steward of God's house. And by extension, it would apply to every bishop who has the office of the keys. In Matthew 18, Jesus applies the exact same key, jurisdiction, etc., episcopal office powers that Matthew 16 has. They're applied to the entire college of the apostles in Matthew 18. So if you incorporate Matthew 18, there's nothing about Isaiah's passage of Eliakim that is only to Peter. Oh, but he's the head over the whole house. Yeah, like Jesus is, right? So Jesus is the head of the whole house. Oh, but no, it's Peter. So everything that's about Christ suddenly gets turned into Peter. Remember when we did the Nick Fuentes debate? And Nick said he thought that in Revelation, when it said that I have the keys of death and Hades, he thought that was Peter talking. Jesus is talking. It's not Peter. There's nothing about Peter in that passage. So instinctually, Roman Catholics just default to thinking that all this is about Peter, when it's initially, first and foremost, about Christ. Now, many Roman Catholics would admit there's a Christological element, but that's even downplayed to try to stress the Petrine stuff. Jonathan Kelly, how do I ensure my date has an Orthodox phronema? Presupper. Always presup your date as soon as you pick her up. Bobby C, $5. Now that AI has progressed, can you make a new Chad mode commercial with Sora 2? I do need to make a new Chad mode commercial. I'll have to figure out something funny to do. I'll have to think about that. James Kolpachik, hello. I had a fellow Orthodox tell me no clear definition of the Trinity is given. I mean, that's a very odd thing for an Orthodox person to say. I mean, the Second Ecumenical Council is the Cappadocian Trinitarian doctrine codified. I mean, just any basic Pomazansky's Orthodox dogmatics will lay out the basics of the Trinity. It's a very bizarre, sounds like a person who doesn't really know Orthodox theology sounding off like they think they know. Justin, $5. No, we did that. Elementu Davisto, $3. What is the theology, quote unquote, behind Saint Bernard receiving the breast milk from Mary? That's a good question. I mean, I have Bernard's commentaries on Song of Songs, and so some of that is in there. I think that it's just another level of Marian mysticism, not all of which would necessarily be wrong, but it definitely begins to go in these kind of extreme directions. I'm trying to remember what's in Bernard's commentary. I haven't looked at that since I was a trad cat, so I don't even remember what's in his commentary on Song of Songs. But it's just going to be medieval Marian mysticism. However, I do think that there was a Roman Catholic DMing me today. Actually, he was talking smack, and then I invited him to come debate, and of course he turned down. He declined. But I want to remind you guys of this. Present reality in the sacramental. I think this is one of the overlooked refutations of Roman Catholicism, which is the just bizarre, outlandish ideas that you have to accept in terms of histrionic women Roman Catholic saints like Margaret Mary Alacoque and her cutting herself, and Jesus told her to do it. And this is like papal. There's two papal bulls on this. Like you can't reject Margaret Mary Alacoque. Every time I bring this up, the first thing a Roman Catholic says is, "Well, is that dogma? Is that dogma? Do I actually have to believe that?" Yeah, you do. You can't reject papal defined bull Roman Catholic saints. And she is one of the most preposterous. So it's like, Elijah, the prophets of Baal are over there cutting themselves, doing the exact same thing that Margaret Mary Alacoque is doing. Like, just total delusion, dude. Total delusion. Like the most extreme prelest you've ever heard of. But I think this is actually a really strong argument against Roman Catholicism. In fact, I brought this up to Wagner, and he even at one point said something like, yeah, that's interesting. I don't know what to say to that. So, look, who cares about a PhD in Thomism? I'll get a PhD in Thomism. Dude, Rome doesn't care about Thomism. Rome's building multi-faith, Abrahamic faith complexes. There's a platform you can use to receive Bitcoin super chats. Oh, I didn't know that. A few Canadians used it during a live stream. Rajat Soni and Bitcoin Not Crypto. That's interesting. I never even thought about that. The only thing is, a lot of people have signed up for Bitcoin through Swan, but not many people donate Bitcoin or purchase with Bitcoin. It's very rare. So since I put the crypto option to pay, 2 people have bought books with Bitcoin in the last several months. So I'm not opposed to it, but it's just very rare. I mean, I think we're just still so early. Like, people still don't get it. People still don't have Bitcoin. If you are interested, though, this is my wallet. If you want to support, you can support through Bitcoin there. They should make a way to super chat with crypto, though. I mean, Bitcoin and anything, right? Because you got a lot of these people who are into crypto, and they'll super chat. I mean, I've had we had the Tin Hat Cat guys were super supportive. They were very generous, so I appreciate them. But, I'm a Bitcoin supremacist. I think it's supreme. I mean, I understand the criticism of paying for a product with Bitcoin, because it's almost like you're paying, 10x in 5 years. That's why I could conceivably see paying for a product with a stable coin or some other crypto. Now, I'm happy if somebody wants to buy something with Bitcoin, but I understand the logic of like, well, wait a minute, I don't want to buy stuff with Bitcoin because it doesn't make any, like, I'd rather stack the Bitcoin and, pay out of the petty cash drawer or whatever. And I don't know what's going to happen with stable coins. It's a huge maze and labyrinth. I feel like one of these rails, it's not going to be Bitcoin, but something will be used, whether we like it or not, to do all these stable coins and all this evil genius act stuff's all about. I don't think it's going to be BNB because that's Asian, and I don't think most people in America are. There's not a whole lot happening on BNB. So you've either got, and Ethereum doesn't seem able to handle. I mean, it's slow. The only other option is Solana. I don't think it's going to be XRP. I feel like it's got to be Solana, whether you like it or not. Octavian, $10. Will the Pope bless Ice Cube to promote the rap game? Man, when I heard about a blessing of an Ice Cube, that's what I thought it was. What is the, let's see, platform for Bitcoin super chats? Nobody will ever do it, though. You'll get like one super chat like in 6 months.
How to enable live crypto super chats in OBS. So, hey everyone, I just thought I'd make this short video to explain how you can enable live crypto super chats in OBS for your live stream content. Now, if you're unfamiliar with super chats, they're basically things you do on YouTube.
I don't know, that's like 5 years old, so that's probably not. I'll have to find that. Thank you for that. I'm not going to bore everybody with this. Let's see. Let's go back to over here. Phil, Jay, I love your work. It's off topic, but I'm thinking of picking up C.S. Lewis Space Trilogy. Is this something you'd recommend? Oh, absolutely, of course. And in fact, after church, the church that I never go to, today we were at lunch and everybody was talking about the Space Trilogy. To become... here is my
possessed
half talk right here from 4 years ago. So there's that. Good Godfather, $5. Jay, the Roman Catholics will not debate. They're reaching out to people like me for filler because they don't have any more content. Yeah, so that's what I've noticed is like they seem to be shifting towards culture war and giving up on the theology. I caught him at $5. I listened to a Matt Slick debate. Oh no, sorry. Bryce J earlier. I honestly need prayers. I feel resentment towards Matt Slick. He's a wolf. Pray for me. Well, I would just move on. Don't waste time with that goofball. Yeah, he is a snake. Ignacio, $5. We read that. The Potato Guy, $1. What do you think about Fatima? I have an essay on that. You could read that. I also have multiple videos critiquing Fatima. Black Fame Nova, $20. I wouldn't be surprised if Fuentes didn't know about any of this. Well, I've mentioned it in DMs in the past. I've mentioned it in responses and replies. He just ignores it. I want to think that he will eventually, given his work so far. Well, the problem is that a lot of these people are they're sunken cost. They're dug in, right? I mean, Tim Gordon his whole life is committed to whatever his law degree at the whatever, and Catholic books. And so once you put on a bunch of books, like you're sunk, dude. You're cooked. You're baked in. Doesn't mean that they can't. It's just the more baked in, the harder it is. And then your ego, the bigger your audience, you don't want to admit you were wrong. You know what I mean? Michael, $5. In theosis, is it possible to retain personal affinity? Or is it all or nothing? I don't know what you mean. I'm not trying to dismiss your super chat, Michael. I don't understand what you mean. Anon, $5. For context, give us a reminder of why the Western power bloc did things to prevent communism from remaining or taking power from certain places while also funding it and supporting it. Well, I mean, it's really complex, so there's not a one-size-fits-all answer to that because there's very wealthy, powerful elites who played both sides, like Rothschilds, Arm & Hammer, Robert Maxwell. Then there's people who were true believers, who were more ideologues, who weren't extremely wealthy and powerful, who just kind of played the role of revolutionary, like a Trotsky or something like that. And so at that level, you've got people really fighting it out, right? You've got people in the CIA who really did oppose communism, and they really did think they were fighting for America and all this stuff. And they're really fighting, Soviet operatives. And you've got higher level people that are much more long-term in their game plan, who have wanted communism and socialism in some form for a long time. So all these things are true at the same time. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. I hope that answers the question. Troy Orthodox, $5. Yeah, we did that before. Slinky, thank you for everything you do, Jay. $2, thank you. Leech, drop all this nerd stuff. Pursue your Christian rap career. Me and Ruslan. Is it Ruslan or Christian rapper? Player Paul, $5. Do you recommend the Gemini Bitcoin credit card? I'm tempted to get it because I got turned down for the Coinbase card. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Coinbase, but I mean, I make enough money to have the Coinbase credit card. But for whatever reason, they turned me down. So I'm about ready to just move over to Kraken or Gemini. But Gemini, I think Gemini's thing is limited. I mean, it's better than nothing, and it's better than Coinbase's existing card. But I think Gemini's payout is pretty low. So it's like up to 4%, but that's only on gas. Which, I mean, that's not terrible. But then dining and groceries is kind of low. And then everything else is 1%. But that's already almost what the Coinbase, not the Coinbase One card, but the previous Coinbase card, which I have. That's basically what. So it's not a whole lot more than what it does. But then I'm kind of pissed off that they denied me because I'm always bitching about Coinbase. Their card is supposed to be 4% Bitcoin on every purchase. So that's why I wanted that. Which is completely ridiculous because like I've been buying, unfortunately, from Coinbase since 2017. I've spent no telling how much money. Thousands of dollars over the years. Tens of thousands of dollars at Coinbase. And then they deny me for this stupid ass card. I'm like, whatever, dude. Let's move on to something else. 99, $10. 99 Kresnik. Thank you for your entertainment. Jay, this is off topic. What do you think about long-term impact of Ukraine war? Are we returning to the era of great powers in the Monroe Doctrine? Really good question. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's a really tough one. I mean, they've been calling it a new Cold War. But the West is just eating itself up with its own moral decay. So I can't see them. I mean, unless we turn things around, we're not going to last long term with all this degeneracy and insanity. I mean, it's a tough one. Bobby C, check out the full Bitcoin card. Yeah, there we go. Maybe there's some other options I never even looked at. Yeah, this looks like a good idea. I'll have to check this out. Appreciate that. Fold. Okay. I think people find Coinbase, so easy and it onboards so many people, and then you realize like this is a nightmare, dude. It's just Nikki Thicky $2 is endorsing libertarian epistemology Jewish quackery. I don't know if it's necessarily Jewish. It's just Enlightenment atheist epistemology, which is not exclusive to Judaism. Michael $5. My fault. Likes and dislikes or tastes and hobbies. Do they exist within theosis? I'm very interested in orthodoxy. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason why theosis precludes enjoying leisure time. I mean, for example, Father Moses is all about weightlifting. So I think you'll find a lot of a lot of orthodoxy stresses asceticism, and there's overlap with asceticism in sports. So absolutely. I mean you actually participating. I don't mean you watching stupid ass gay pro sports. Thank you guys. Everybody have a good night. A lot of fun. We'll talk to you soon. If you would hit like and share. Hopefully you enjoyed this.